Welcome to the Opinion Planet podcast, apparently.
What the fuck? Welcome back to the Opinion Planet podcast. My name is Amadeus Kyouma, and tonight we're going to be talking about a wide variety of topics, so please stay glued to your seats and don't miss a moment of the action that you're about to witness. I'm joined tonight by my two fellow hosts. If they would like to introduce themselves, now is the time to do so.
I am waiting.
What?
Hi, I'm GymBagBob.
And I'm
That's good.
Nocam. Can't commit it. You can't commit to a bit, can you? You just can't pick up the vibe. Alright. Yeah, welcome back. Alright. Albeit a bit late, you know. But,
Nah, it's fine.
yeah. We're nearing the end of our, season. Probably like 5 or so more episodes, and maybe even less. I don't know. Let's see how long this baby can go, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Did you hear anything I just did or no?
No.
What a fucking ever. This joke is ruined. But yeah, we're back.
What did you do?
Well, I filled up a bong with water, so I was like gonna, you're gonna hear the bubbling in the background, but the fucking mic didn't even pick it
You're
up
doing
because
bong?
crisp is. It's just it only has water.
You're doing drugs right now?
I'm doing bong.
You're doing bong right now? While we're live? Fuck it, we're doing it live.
Yeah. Whatever. I thought it was funny, but the joke is fucking ruined because Discord has noise cancellation for background noises.
I didn't think about drinking, even though I shouldn't.
Don't do that.
But I have the bottle right in front of me.
Oh, well, that's great. We're both. This is perfect. Like, we both didn't tell each other about our plans.
Oh, what are you doing?
I got some Coca-Cola.
Well, that's boring. What are you gonna do? Get a sugar rush?
Yeah, it's gonna be a pretty intense sugar rush. Yeah, we got a lot of things to talk about. Not really. I guess this is just like the first. I feel like a good chunk of the topics we had lined up is just like what's happened in the first 5 days of our country's brand new president.
Not my president.
Yeah, not my president either. Otherwise, I mean, there was a couple other interesting things that I think are worth mentioning, like Ross Ulbricht being pardoned, which is fucking great. The CIA saying they're reassessing their opinion on the origin of COVID-19. I mean, it's just because the new CIA director was appointed by Trump, so now the stance of the agency is a bit different.
Well, no, all agencies are neutral. Yeah.
Yeah, totally. They're independent of whoever's in charge. Yeah, we got iced coffee, and then we could have had a crocheter for our president. Is that Millie Bobby Brown? It looks like a fucking
She's
clone
not
of her.
a crocheter. I don't believe it.
On the left. It looks. The forehead is like gigantic. I'm looking at a photo of Kamala when she visited a fucking crochet place, and yeah. Stop. Yeah, drill baby drill, kill baby.
Oh, now you laugh.
How'd you Facebook, right? That's how you found this stupid fucking.
I made it, asshole.
Oh, well, that's kind of cool. I mean, I like the background for the kill baby kill.
Apparently, that's like a band or something. I was gonna like make it myself because I thought of like, oh, why didn't they ever use this on their fucking stupid ass campaign trail? We're trying to drill baby kill or drill baby drill. They're trying to kill baby kill. It sounds stupid enough that they would use it. All right.
You're not good Gen Z.
No, that would so that would be like if Kamala was a conservative, that would be something she'd do, or like Hillary. It just has the same ring to me as Pokemon Go to the polls.
Yeah, but that was funny. That like made me vote for her.
You weren't even old enough. All right, shut up.
That doesn't matter. I can still vote. Yeah, looking back, it was kind of cringe or like.
No, it was funny, but it was not intentionally funny. Like it was purely cringe. but it was funny because she's out of touch.
Yeah, or like what, tic-tac-toe, a winner?
Tic-tac-toe, a winner. Oh, I should have done that for a soundboard. Yeah. Fuck.
We can get it on. We'll get it there. Oh, I suppose, yeah, that's the other topic, the resurrection of TikTok. I mean...
Yeah, fuck, you might as well just talk about it right now.
I suppose, yeah, it was last week. Yeah, it died on us last week.
Yeah, it was like... Yeah. We were live when it was getting closed down, and then the next day I opened it, and I was like, okay, let me see if it works. And then I just like I didn't get like a notification or anything, or like a little like pop-up. It just let me use the app. Yeah. So it's like, am I like illegally using this now? Or like, what's going on? Until I found out that everyone's using it now, and or everyone got back on.
It was down for 12, 13 hours, something like that. That's it. Yeah, and people have kind of lost their minds. At least the side of TikTok I'm on. Everyone's very conspiratorial, saying that Meta bought Meta bought TikTok. Their accounts are automatically subscribed to the president, vice president. They're automatically following Facebook. And that their algorithm is just completely off, and it's just different now. And it's just funny.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like the algorithm is giving you the right places if you're like with other people who think their algorithm is off. I think it's kind of leading you to the
I mean, I think it's interesting, yeah, because... Did you just say that? Sorry, I was just looking at a Tesla commercial that I sent. But yeah, people deleting the Meta account. Tesla. Or like a block, like people blocking Facebook and saying, after I blocked Facebook, now I'm getting like, I'm getting TikTok lives again. As it, yeah, as if somehow like both like was somehow they blocked TikTok lives, so you can go to Facebook Live instead.
Yeah, but then once you block Facebook, then they start it's hard to believe that these are real
people. I mean, yeah, I think it's just a classic case of obviously correlation, not causation. But I don't know.
Your new favorite.
No, I mean it's
good.
That's what I was. Whatever. Yeah. It's just what I've been saying, at least with the algorithm changes and shit. But I've been seeing a lot of cases of that, Or what else could I say instead of that? Just because A does something doesn't mean that B exists, or because A happened, it didn't cause B to happen,
Yeah. I mean, I think if anyone's algorithm really did get fucky, you're gone for 12 hours, which for some people who spend their entire life on that app, I'm sure those 12 hours missing, might have fucked with their shit. Like the only thing I noticed once services got restored is the video quality was like 480p for like a couple hours on my end. And I saw that other people had mentioned this as well, so it wasn't just me. Which kind of makes sense because like your servers you're booting everything back up. I'm sure there's some issues. Like everyone was also conspiratorial, like Facebook or Meta bought TikTok and they took away the live feature. I mean, live just took a while to come back, but like by the end of day one of it being back, I saw a couple of lives being streamed, so it wasn't like
people were probably just like really confused and weren't going live at first.
Yeah. I don't know. Everyone has theories. And you're entitled to have your theories. But it just irritates me that not everyone thinks like me. That really bothers me.
I mean, I think it's always good. I like conspiracy theories. I mean, obviously not like the very obvious ones that...
I like the fun ones. These aren't fun. These are just stupid.
I think it's always good to question. But I think if you're trying too hard, then you have a bad case of main character syndrome. Like, am I the only one that's figuring it out? Yes, because there's because there's nothing to figure out.
Look, the people that thought that the TikTok ban was some conspiratorial thing, I'm lumping them in with flat earthers. All right, they're the same level of IQ to me. I don't know.
What have you seen Round Earth?
I'm a conspiracy theorist. Have I seen round Earth? Have I physically, with my own eyes, not on a virtual screen? No, I haven't.
So how do you know?
No.
You just trust the government?
I take it on faith. A willingness to believe. Yeah.
Yeah, so a willingness to believe.
Dare I say it? Faith? Yeah.
Oh shit, he's right.
No, it is a willingness to believe. Fuck. If I knew how to make like decent TikTok edits, I feel like I could clip that scene
Yeah.
into something funny. But I don't know. It's one thing to see like stupid takes on TikTok itself because, 170 million people are using it in America alone. I'm sure there's a lot of
Yeah.
dumbasses. But then I start seeing not people I know, but people in the friend group I'm a part of start talking about their theories, and they're
Yeah,
just
I love
bad.
to hear.
They just
I
don't
wish
work.
I had friend groups like that. That's what I was trying to get at in college. Now, all I get is like the other half of the spectrum, and they're not
Yeah.
as fun, but
Yeah, 'cause it's the same thing. Like they agree with you. You're all fucking right wing fascists over on your side, so it's not
yeah.
fun.
Well, it's just like the
I don't know.
classic, like, transgender. Interesting. Or like, oh, you know, gay people bad. Or
Is that pretty commonplace
yeah,
in your
obviously.
current environment?
Yeah, it is.
Obvious.
It's
Okay, I'm
obvious,
just
dude.
asking. Okay. I wasn't trying to make any judgments about your coworkers, but now I will make
Why?
judgments.
Because they're in a certain environment that, kind of breeds that certain behavior or beliefs.
Why does it breed it?
Because you're kind of like in a confined area from society, unless you like leave the establishment regularly. And even if you're just going from there between there and work, you don't really
You Amish? What are the Amish people's opinions of gay people? Because they're pretty like isolated from
probably I don't I mean I feel
mainstream.
like that's an interesting um social experiment, you know? Like how does like the more isolated people, I mean obviously they're not like being progressed because they're not in like bigger cities. So like
Yeah,
but like it's interesting to hear about, the more isolated you are, the more right wing beliefs that you'll have. You know,
I want to talk to like a uncontacted tribe, like without them killing me right away. I'd be
they would
curious.
probably be against homosexuals, but for a different reason. Or like, why are you fucking this guy over here? We need more people. You should be breeding.
I mean, yeah, I think though in their particular set of circumstances, I can see how that wouldn't
How that
rebel.
wouldn't be advantageous.
Yeah,
As long as they're helping breed, do you think they'd be fine with it?
I don't know. I don't know how tribes that haven't
What, you can only be
made
bisexual in
contact.
tribes? Is that what you're saying? I don't know, because like
No, I feel like
animals are gay all the time, and I think penguins are more gay than humans.
no, they're just horny. They don't know what they're
Yeah,
doing.
they just have no trace of intelligence at all.
Dude, I've seen my cats lick each other's ass. All right, I don't think they're lesbians. I think they're just fucking horny,
That's
or they're
weird.
just curious. They've sniffed each other's ass and licked each other's ass at
Sniffing
times. All
might be
right.
normal. I know it is for dogs because it actually like, it's actually gives information about who they are. But
Yeah. Yeah.
um
Imagine if humans. Okay, I'll stop.
they do. There's people who do
Yeah.
that. You know what? They're weird because that's
I
not
mean,
advantageous to us to do that. What information do you get out of sniffing another guy's ass?
well, I don't have a finely developed sense of smell, so I can't
Okay.
say personally. But maybe there's some people who have like a really good
Yeah.
sense of smell. Like there was this woman, I remember, I don't know how true this was, but like was claiming that she could smell Parkinson's disease or some shit. I don't know. Let her sniff your ass. Let her see what she
Jesus
finds out
Christ.
about you.
But yeah. I mean, I think consciousness is like a spectrum, you know.
What does that mean?
That like we probably have like a higher consciousness, but like what like a lesser intelligent being like a parrot who has like an intelligence of a 3-year-old has, intelligence, or consciousness like we do. It's just on a lower level.
Can you describe to me what like so if everything's on like levels of consciousness, what's a higher level than us? Like how does that work?
A higher level. I mean, that's just like trying to explain uh because dolphins have more emotions than humans, believe it or not.
That doesn't make sense.
Like
That doesn't make
yeah, it
sense.
doesn't make sense because it's hard, like we can't fathom it. How can
What what emotions do they feel?
it's probably just different like mixtures of chemicals because that's really all emotions are.
Do you think ooh, that could be a fun science experiment. What if you like zap the chemicals out of a dolphin's brain and like introduce them into a human
But
brain?
would it do the same thing though?
Or
Because like what our
I
brains
don't know.
respond the same as theirs would to the same chemicals.
Yeah, so well, what if we took like a dolphin's brain and put it inside a human? How would that work?
Like brain transplants are like impossible for a reason. So I don't know if that's even feasible.
Impossible for now. It'll be like AI assisted. So like yeah, there's some parts of the dolphin brain that like
That's
can't
gonna
do
that's gonna be like
basic
a
human
procedure that
functions.
takes like fucking years to do.
Nah, it'll be done. It'll be available in like
Oh
5
really?
years.
Yeah, just like quickly brain swap. Stupid.
I have it on good authority.
You know how many fucking nerve endings or just like nerves in general you have to fuck because what are you doing the entire spine as well? Or
I
just
mean, I'd
like the
probably say
brain,
there's at least
like at the top?
there's probably more than 17 nerve endings. Yeah, I can agree.
I mean, I guess that would be interesting, but then at that point, that's just a dolphin in a human body. Your brain is now gone. Where's your brain in the dumpster now, or what? Now, like,
Okay, so I just clicked on the first article I found about a human head transplant. This is just human to human. This is from the NIH.gov. However, nowadays, relevant literature and recent advances suggest that the first human head transplant might be feasible. This innovative surgery promises a life saving procedure to individuals who suffer from a terminal disease, but whose head and brain are healthy. Granted, this was from 2019, and there's surgical, ethical, psychosocial issues. Interesting. Fuck. That's what the elites are gonna get. They're just gonna swap their fucking brain onto a healthy
I just
human
don't think it's
body.
possible. Like now, like right now.
No, probably not, but, if we don't get, like, taken out by a meteor or Yellowstone, I'm sure we'll figure it out eventually. I'd like to think so, because the human race is the main character in the
I mean,
universe.
until
It's
we,
just how it is.
yeah, until it's disproved. Until like we find someone who's more intelligent with a higher consciousness than we do.
I think we can just fuck them then. As in, like, we'll just send them AIDS, and then they can have fun with
We'll
that.
just send them any fucking bacteria that is new to them. It'll just kill off their fucking
Yeah,
entire race.
yeah. I'd actually be curious. I mean, fuck. If I live to see the existence of another species, which I doubt, but if I
Yeah.
do, it's like that fucking time traveler's dilemma. Like, how many diseases does the average human carry that like your bodies have just become numb to or whatever, and then you go back in time. Like, if you time travel with a common cold, do you wipe out the human race type thing?
I mean that you probably could. Yeah, you
Doesn't
have to
matter.
decontaminate before you time travel because the diseases we
Yeah,
have now aren't the same as the ones back then. Unless you time travel into the
yeah.
future and then it's just like unless you do it
You
too
die.
far into
You
the
go.
future. But yeah, that's true. You would die too. No one thinks about that. It's kind of the same thing in like, space movies or something where like, oh, there's oxygen, we can breathe. Like they didn't like check the air pressure or like anything else.
Yeah, it's like 200
Yeah.
psi.
It's like 2 psi. They can't even like suck in the air.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, I guess we'll just have to wait for Elon to take us to
Oh
another
yeah.
planet.
Dude, that's
Um,
I hated that part of the inauguration. It was either the
what?
inauguration or a different speech that he had that he was talking about going to Mars. The reason why it's been so like it's taking so long to get to Mars because they keep switching the administration or NASA's like um focuses. Like one administration will tell them, "All right, let's go back to the moon," and then the other one's like, "All right, we're going back to Mars."
Which administration is telling them to go to the moon?
Moon is like the
Dumb,
what?
dumb fucks. I don't give a fuck about the moon. They did that in the 70s. That's boring.
How are we gonna like try and figure out how to like test out new technologies like feasibly and close to Earth?
Figure it out.
Stupid. We
The,
need like moon
the,
bases before we can go to fucking Mars. Plus, that can also
the
help
fear
with travel.
the fear of failure will make you get it right the first time.
That's insane. We don't have plot armor. All right, you should tell that to all the cosmonauts that died during that that fucking program.
There was like what 3 of them fucking Apollo 17 because there was a O-ring or some shit that was too cold on the morning, so it exploded the cabin or something.
Why are you saying you're mixing two things up? Apollo 17?
I don't know.
You mean
It was one of the
Challenger,
Apollo missions. Yeah, Challenger.
which was a
yeah.
fucking space shuttle?
Well, something exploded.
It was
Well,
it was
yeah,
on
like
the fucking solid rocket boosters, the SRBs. The O-rings was too small because it was too
right?
cold outside. Yeah, and the engineers
remember.
were advising, hey, it's not a good idea, but they kept delaying the launch so much that they were just like, all right, fuck it, you know, it's taking too long. Let's just fucking send it.
That's what I'm talking about. They had no fear. They were just impatient. That's what caused them to fuck up.
Stupid.
If you have fear, but you take precautions,
Whatever.
you know.
I know you're trying to
No, I
gaslight me,
think.
but obviously, like the moon is like the way to fucking go right now.
I mean, yeah. I don't know. We have what 3 different, at least in America, uh, space agencies, whatever the fuck you want to call them. Obviously, you have NASA, government funded. You have SpaceX, which also gets some government money, and then you have Blue Origin, which I'm sure probably gets some
I
government
wouldn't call
money.
them space agencies, more like rocket fucking companies, maybe.
Okay, how are you going to get to space without the rockets? I think
Government funded
I
rockets,
think
the
there's more to it.
SLS. I mean, they're helpful. They're good tools to use. Because obviously, buying shit instead of like building it yourself is cheaper.
Yeah,
But I mean, other than that, we do have our own fucking rocket that was government funded and that NASA made.
I haven't heard shit about it. No one
The
gives a fuck
fuck?
about NASA.
I read up. All right, maybe I'm the only one who cares, but I read up into it back in 5th or 6th grade. It was interesting to read like in the magazine, and then I got to watch like the first test of it. Also, you keep forgetting this, but the podcast went around the name of the podcast went around the moon, Opinion Planet Podcast, because it was on a flash drive that was on the Space Launch System that went around the moon for the first test.
Interesting. How many other podcasts can say that they've
Yeah,
done
we've
that?
literally been around the moon. So, um,
Ones and zeros of my voice have traveled across
yeah.
this earth. Okay, that's cool. I mean, I guess the same thing kind of happens with the internet, but
Well, not really. Well, all it was is just the name of the podcast, but still, our name went around the moon. Whatever. This thing looks dope. It really just looks like a mock-up of the space shuttle, but
yeah. I mean, fuck, the only space-related thing that I paid attention to in recent times was the SpaceX
of course it's SpaceX.
rocket catcher. What fucking ever, dude. Fuck you. It was exciting to see. I thought it was cool. The thing that caught the fucking rocket after it went up into the sky. I thought that was pretty fucking impressive. I thought that was cool.
I mean, I guess.
I guess. All right. Your bias against Elon
Yeah.
Musk just makes you a fucking negative Nancy. I don't love the guy. I don't
You're
hate the guy.
obsessed with
I
him.
still think it's cool. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, maybe I'll change my profile picture to actually if I can find the photo real quick. sent it to you as a TikTok, but oh fuck, it's gonna be impossible to find. No.
I mean that is cool. I mean, I think SpaceX is like one of the better ones out there, or better space programs, because the other ones are too poor, or they just don't know what the fuck they're doing or something. Because Blue
Is
Origin,
NASA too poor?
I mean, they're government funded. Of course, they're too poor. I feel like they've been way underfunded for years. But I mean, what are you gonna do? We prioritize war and globalization over space advancements. So what else? What do you?
They've gotten over Blue Origin has raised over 596 million.
Yeah, I said they're either poor, or they don't know what they're doing, and space or fucking Blue Origin doesn't know what the fuck they're doing. I guess because they lost a contract to the moon. NASA was gonna choose them, but they lost a contract to the moon because SpaceX had a better planned out idea.
Hmm. I just want to see what Blue Origin has accomplished. What have they done? In January 2025, Blue Origin successfully launched the New Glenn rocket into orbit. So they launched a rocket this year. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't really look like they've done. Okay. Yeah, they just launched a satellite. I mean, that's cool. That's never been done before, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, they did that. Um, that little media stunt a couple. What was it, 2 years ago or some shit? Where, like people went around, like they didn't touch space, but they were close enough to space for them to be considered astronauts, I guess. Which I think is
Interesting.
still stupid. Like I think if like to be called an astronaut still should be a profession and not just because you just happen to make it to space, but whatever.
Yeah, so if I go to England, that makes me
Yeah.
English. Or if I go to like Spain, that makes me Spanish.
Right, or like if you go to fire station or something for a day, you're a firefighter, you know.
Yeah. Fuck, if I had money, I think that would be fun though. I'd be kind of fucking terrified, but
No,
like
I'd make sure to bring drugs
a
with me or something.
low orbit flight, almost break off into orbit. That'd be yeah, that'd be pretty
Yeah.
intense. I think that'd be fun. I also feel like it'd be terrifying. Like you're that close to the edge of space or like escaping
Yeah.
orbit or Earth's gravitational pull, and you just look out into the
I mean,
fucking.
I
You
just
look out.
wouldn't believe it unless I did an EVA, so be like they probably put me in a simulator or something. This isn't real.
Yeah. Um. Yeah, Elon Musk. Whatever. I don't give a fuck. I think it's a boring topic already because I've talked about it with
Yeah.
you on off podcast.
I don't know. I could talk about space shit all day,
The
obviously. So,
Yeah. The Well, I mean, it would make sense, because the Germans, they were pretty good with rockets back in the 40s, and we recruited a lot of them because they were pretty good with their rocket shit. So
what
maybe there is
what a
because Elon's a Nazi to the Tesla Model SS.
yeah.
I don't. You already know my fucking opinion on it. I don't think he's a Nazi. I don't
Yeah,
think
I mean,
so.
as like a again like a very like intense like Elon Musk hater. Yeah, I don't think he was obviously trying to do that. There's videos of him trying to like who when he actually did like throw his heart out in the past, and it doesn't match up with what the fuck he did. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck he was doing, but obviously, you know, why would he like it's like one of the biggest, probably most watched fucking live streams in the world. Why the fuck would he do that to himself?
One of the most, I mean, he is one of the most famous people, at least in American culture, politics,
Right
whatever.
now, yeah. For now,
Yeah.
yeah.
I don't know. There's just too many things that don't make sense. Again, I think it's a litmus test. I'm trying to be charitable to everyone because I feel like your life just goes better, or you don't have as much hatred in your heart if you just try and be as charitable as possible when,
Hmm.
applicable. What do you mean, hmm? I'm always charitable. What? Do you not believe me when I say that I'm a charitable person?
No, yeah, you're a very charitable person. I
Well,
recall
thank you.
like a shit ton of episodes ago talking about like morality of like if you saw a wallet on the ground, what would you do? Like there's an ID in there, you could probably like find the person.
Dude, this was like fucking our first iteration of the
And you
podcast.
said, you just take the money because that's what they do to you.
Yeah, well, I don't
Do
know.
you still stand by that?
I remember flip-flopping, or like I remember you asked me a couple episodes after that, like if there was an old lady at a grocery store and she needed help reaching something, you'd be like, no, I'd help
Yeah,
her. But like in regards to the wallet specifically, mm, well, I think it depends on the amount of money. I don't know, probably anything more than like $500. Yeah, maybe put an AirTag in your wallet.
that's interesting.
Well, all right, I won't take the wallet, but I'll just take the cash.
And then give it to them, and then like, hey, where's the cash at? And then you just say,
What do you
what
mean? Where's the
cash?
cash? Yeah, I just found it like this. What are you talking about?
Damn. I don't know.
I
I
don't know
couldn't
if it's
bring
like
myself to do that. Somebody else's money.
they do this. No, they do the same thing. Same thing to me.
So
Dog eat
yeah,
dog
we're
world.
back to day one, huh? I guess yeah, here he is. He
Yeah,
never
well, no,
changed one. He never changed a bit. Well, like
I
four
mean, I'm
years
just a
later.
right wing grifter. I'm just a right wing
Yeah,
grifter. I just
the dog eat dog world. It's a dog eat dog world.
Mm. I don't know. Yeah, $500 in a wallet. You find it on the side of the road, Molly. What do you do? Do you track like they live in the town we live in? Do you like drive it to them and give it all back, or
Yeah.
that's good?
That actually happened to me once.
Oh, what, you lost your wallet, or
No, someone lost their wallet outside of the library, and I found it. And then
um,
I didn't even like check how much money was in there. I just found the person, and I was like, hey, I have your wallet. Just meet me here, and I'll give it to you.
hey, I have your wallet, and then you just
Yeah,
hang up.
I have your wallet. I think we just found them on Facebook, but I think
Interesting.
they offered to give me money, and then I just no, I'm good. No, I'm good.
Yeah,
I don't know.
that's interesting.
Is it
I mean, that's a good
is
thing.
it?
It's a good thing that you did that. Like, I think that's
See, I don't
um
talk about my good deeds. All right.
communities exist because of actions like that, or like societal trust. Like that's the best thing that humans can do. It's like kind of look out for one another, even if it's just some complete random fucking stranger who you know nothing about.
Well, I mean,
And in a,
yeah,
you
that's
know,
the reason why the human experiment works better than other animals, right? I built this road. You can
yeah,
use it. You know.
yeah. Whereas like I'm the type of species, I built this road. If you come on it, I'll take your
Yeah.
foot. You
Well,
know,
I mean, we're
you
still
know.
kind of like that, but not to
Yeah.
our.
Well, I mean, if the wallet has like $100 in it, yeah, I'll track them down and give it to them.
You know what? Never mind, because like wolves are like the fucking same, right? They kill fucking an animal and they'll share it with their tribe. But like, God forbid, a fucking wolf goes to a different tribe.
Yeah. Well, it's not like if I found $500 in someone's wallet, I mean, obviously it would
They're
better
in
my
your tribe.
life.
Why would you
And
take it?
I don't know this person.
But you just said
Did
yourself,
I
you
ever
know, the
tell
only
you?
reason you have communities work is if you like do the right thing.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's like the biggest societal contract is that like you do good things, you do what you're supposed to do, and then your reward is you have all these nice things like pretty okay living for most people, depending. You have entertainment, you have heating, you have
Sure.
reliable food
Yep.
sources. It's a contract because like the idea is okay, you work with your job that provides value and use the money you make from your job to buy groceries, pay for your lifestyle, whatnot, as opposed to just I'm gonna break into this fucker's house, kill them, steal their food, steal their shit. It's the one big it's a big societal contract that like okay, we all work together to make everything nice for everyone.
Yeah.
Um, what doesn't work is when everyone just says fuck you, I'm doing what's best for me, or mm, if everyone um really just stopped giving a fuck about everything and just said, okay, it's just survival. I'm going to take everything. I'm going to make sure I have everything I need. Then, yeah, society would kind of suck. There would be like a couple of people with literally all the power. They just rob you. And what are you going to do? Yeah, it's a good meme of the week.
What? Doggy dog world.
Yeah. So if I found a wallet with $500, I'd probably take the $500. But that doesn't mean I'm a bad person. I still help out other
I
people.
think that is.
No.
I mean, all right. I guess that's your opinion then. Just sitting there. Nope. Mm-mm.
Well, there's balance.
I think.
I help people out. I
Yeah,
help
you
people
help
out.
them when it's like not transactional, or it's like, oh, this will be quick and easy. But God
No, I
forbid,
sometimes throw
somebody
them in there.
trusts you with their things.
I help. Or you know what? Let me tell you what jaded me. Month one of doing my job, I was in fucking North Dakota. Some person at a gas station, they had a massive coolant leak, and they had no coolant for their vehicle, and they were
Yeah.
fucked. The gas station was selling coolant, and I, was talking to them because it's having a smoke, whatever. I bought coolant from the gas station, and I was like, yeah, I don't have to pay for it. My company will pay for it. Just use however much you need, and then just give me whatever's left. I'll be here for a while, just trying to help out. They filled up their vehicle and just drove off with the coolant. They're just gone. It wasn't like that big of a deal. Like again, I didn't really pay for the coolant. Like my company expensed it. But
I mean, it was a dick move. I would have at least said fucking like, thanks, man, that's awesome. I appreciate that.
no, they said all that, and then they just drove off with all of it. Which their vehicle does not need all of it. It was a big fucking jug. It was
I mean,
big.
you handed it to him, right? Did you tell him you wanted the
I
rest
handed it to
back?
them and I said, yeah. I handed it to them and said, I will be at this site for another
Yeah.
couple hours. Whenever you're done filling it up, because I think there were, I don't know what the fuck they were doing, but like, yeah, just I'll be right over there. It was, I made it clear that I'm not giving this to you. This entire jug is not yours. At least I'm positive I didn't say that. I'm 100% positive I didn't say
But
that.
did
Maybe they
but did
interpreted it
you
like that.
yeah, did you say that like did you say that though? Like you didn't say that like, oh, it's yours, but did you like say that it's not theirs?
I said, give it back to me once
Oh,
you're
okay.
done.
I didn't hear that part. I had to fucking go back in and out because of the audio issues.
Yeah.
But that's I mean,
I mean,
that's
all right.
stupid. Yeah. But that shouldn't fucking jade you. That sounds so petty. That sounds like a
No,
Curb Your Enthusiasm episode.
it didn't really jade me. I honestly forgot about it up until we were talking about this
It sounds like
subject.
something that fucking what that bald headed fuck starts fucking complaining about fucking episode. Like, I bought this guy coolant. He just drives off with the rest of it.
No, that experience didn't honestly jade me. I think my desire to like do good and help out other people gets overridden when the value is substantial to me. So again, like if $500 or more in someone's wallet, that could help me out a fair amount. I could put that to good use. It would, take some stress out of my
But what if it
life.
was $500 that they were gonna put towards a new vehicle, and they didn't have like a bank or something, and they had a job that was like under the table, because they didn't have like a lot of options.
That is a good point. Ooh, okay, so you're making me think about how I would do this now. I think I'd try and look them up on Facebook and see how well
So
it looks
you would
like their
just
life is
like
going for that.
you play God at that point. Like, okay, do I think they deserve their own money? All right, let's see.
When you say it like that, it makes me seem like I'm an asshole or something, which is nothing.
You are. If you're trying to take their money.
I'm not trying to take it, I am taking it, but it's
Let's see if they deserve it.
Alright, well, let me send you someone's Facebook account. I just want you to tell me, like, would you take things? Well, no, I obviously know your fucking answer.
What? Okay. I mean, if you sent me fucking like Elon Musk's fucking wallet, of course I'd take the money. And then I'd probably throw it in a dumpster or something.
Bad person. Bad person. Why is Elon different? It's just because you don't like
Yeah.
him. All of a sudden, you become a shitty person to him. I mean, to be fair,
I guess
if I
like, all
found
right, so
Elon,
like I feel like because it was like someone like Andrew, or like it was a reputable, like, all right, this guy's like the town pedophile, like why would I be nice to them?
yeah, yeah, okay. So I guess we just have different lines. Like, I'm more willing to screw over a possibly good person who literally just made a really bad mistake and they left their
Right.
fucking wallet somewhere. You at least require some proof, or you have to like know that they're a shitty person, and then you'll feel okay about it. Okay, I know, I get
Yeah.
it. What about you? What about you, Molly? Would you try and, like, if the person's wallet was someone you knew who was just like a shitbag? Like, maybe you don't personally know them, but like you've heard people
I
talk
love
about
that
them.
term.
I just leave it.
Just leave the wallet.
Yeah.
Don't do anything. Interesting.
Okay, so I feel like
Interesting.
this could be like a good like chart here. What do you like? What do you like? Neutral,
Yeah,
neutral
I'm just
evil.
evil. No, I'm just
You
evil.
just think okay. You're evil. I'm what, chaotic
You're
neutral.
good, and then yeah, and then Molly's just pure neutral.
Yeah,
I just don't care.
yeah.
Yeah.
All right. What about like what if? All right, so if it was someone that like you don't know who they are at all, would you do like research on it? This is a question for Molly. Like, would you do research on them, or would you just like leave the wallet, or would you just fucking just try and find them?
Like, if I don't know them at all and I find the
Yeah,
wallet, I would try to find them to return the wallet.
you won't look them up on Facebook or something.
Well, yeah,
Because
probably.
so I showed my mom, you know, when I first got it, I was like, hey, you know, I found this wallet and I'm trying to like track them down. Well, let's put our,
Yeah.
minds together. I think the first thing she did is started looking through the wallet, or like the.
All right. I'm changing my opinion. I'm gonna be a good person now.
And then like, oh, okay, this person has like a health card or something like that. Whereas when I saw it, I just put it in my pocket, and then biked out because I didn't see anyone else in the parking lot. So I
Yeah.
just like I saw it and I was like, okay, went home, and then I was like, all right, here's just like an easy location for them to find me at, because I'm not gonna just sit
Yeah.
at the library. But
I guess it depends on where, because like if I found it outside the library, I'd probably go into the library and go to an employee and be like, "Hey, I found this on the floor
so
outside."
you'd make it somebody else's responsibility to give it to them. You'd put
Well,
trust
because
into another community member that like, okay, they're definitely not
well,
going to go through the wallet.
I guess because people do that where I work. Like sometimes people like leave their phone somewhere or like
Mhm.
something, and they'll come over to me and be like, "Hey, I found this
Well, I mean, if it's a
phone. I
phone,
found a purse." like people have literally left their purses there, and people will come up to me and be like, "Hey, I found this purse in a shopping cart. It was just sitting over near the dressing room area, and I didn't see anyone over there."
If it was something where like it was non-identifiable and I could not like, okay, the wallpaper of the phone does not have enough information for me to like give it to someone, then yeah, I would give it to like someone at a front desk or something. But if there's like somebody's license in there or like an identifying piece of information in there, then I feel like
you can personally
because I wouldn't. I don't know. I don't know people behind the desk. If they steal that phone, then I mean that phone was good as gone anyway because I didn't know what to do with it. But
yeah, what would you do with the wallet that you found?
No, when I was younger, I was at Cashwise with my mother, and I was like at the bagging area to help bag as the items are getting rung up, and all of a sudden I like move my head slightly, and I just see a wallet next, like in the other lane for the groceries and stuff, and we just gave it to like the customer service front desk where you can mail shit and stuff area.
Yeah.
Like we just gave it to them, and it's like, "Hey, found this."
And you didn't like open it at all or anything? Yeah. Interesting. I mean, yeah. So the amount of money is less than $500. Like, and if they're pretty local, I'd open it and make it a bit of a journey and just like, yeah, don't lose your wallet, buddy. Here
that's
you go.
interesting. I don't
I'm your
know.
guardian angel.
I just one thing money would be a factor, at least for me. Is it
all right? You find a wallet with $5 million.
That's physically impossible to be held in the wallet, but for the sake of argument, I see that in the wallet.
Yeah, for the sake of argument, you just know that like the piece of paper in there is worth $5 million.
They have a check.
All right. Well, I mean that wouldn't even work at a bank. That's just fake.
Okay. All right. All right. The question: you find a wallet. It has some way for you to cash out $5 million, undetectable, untraceable. No law enforcement agency will fuck you for it. It's a free $5 million if you take it. What do? Do you return it to the owner, or do you take the $5 million?
Return it.
Okay.
See, I almost want to change my answer because Molly said it so quick. Because like it's easy for me to like right now to say I return it, but I mean if it's just
but like in the
moment, like
you start thinking like, oh shit, this is actually $5
and I'd probably like go through a mental loop, and then like I'd end up like homeless, and then I'd be like, fuck, I'm a fucking idiot for being like a good person.
I feel like I would just feel way too guilty about it if
they have $5 million just sitting in a
well,
wallet, they're not a good person. I'm just gonna put that out there.
Cruise in the Bahamas will ease your guilt. All right,
I think so.
If they have $5 million just sitting in a wallet, how are they a good person? They definitely did some nefarious shit to just have like, just to trust $5 million in. They're like they have more in their bank account for sure.
What if? All right, this is getting very vague and impossible. But like, what if you knew that this was all their money?
It was okay. Well, like ever in their life, like this is like all of their money that they saved up throughout.
Yeah, if you take it, then they have to start from zero. They're kicked out of their house and everything. Their wife divorces them.
Okay, whatever. I just fucking give it back and then cross my fingers and hope to God that he'd fucking they'd be kind enough to be like, okay, well here's like at least $100 for finding my wallet.
$100. I'd demand at least like 50 grand.
At that point I would do scavenger hunts and just give him clues as an anonymous person. Like, here, you can find your credit card to this bank here behind the street.
You would watch someone lose their fucking mind, ranting and raving, like
but they look back on it as an adventure. Like, oh, this is what I did, with my fucking year.
I think they look back on it as if someone was tormenting them and dangling their financial freedom in front of them because they thought it was fun.
It's like, hey, it's our anniversary tonight. Are we going to go on a date? No, they finally just texted me. I can finally get my driver's license back.
Fuck, this is why I wish I had like millionaire friends because I think I could sell them on this idea. Like, yeah, just give me all your money.
I feel like I feel like it would just be a good like idea for like an episode of a show.
Yeah,
like Hindrance.
That could be good. Yeah. Maybe we're meant to be like Hollywood film writers. Maybe.
Let's Dude, we gotta
So yeah,
work. We
you've seen
gotta
the
finish our first fucking project first.
yeah. Well, you've seen The Social Network, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I had Molly watch it with me last night. She went to another room to do something, but she found it boring.
That's
She
insane.
just not very
See,
exciting.
I watched
It
it when
hurt.
I was like, I didn't get like intoxicated a lot, but there's like, a couple fucking like cheap beers from a party we had. Like, I think it was like a Christmas event or something. We just happened to have some cheap alcohol, and I was like, just like, okay, I'm gonna drink and then watch The Social Network. And
Yeah.
what's that other one? Fuck, where he like hurls the chair over his head.
Oh,
Yeah, so I watched
Whiplash.
Whiplash first, and then I watched The Social Network like right after.
Damn, that's a good movie
That
marathon
was,
right there.
yeah,
That's one.
I thought it was good, and yeah, it changed my perspective. You know, because I was I was also at risk of being academically suspended, and somehow my appeal worked, and I didn't. And then I eventually did anyway. But it changed my perspective. At like the very least, like it's not the end of the world. Not like, well, he was academically suspended and created Facebook,
Yeah.
or like one of my favorite pictures that I have is like this nasty ass Peter Griffin on a couch, and like, well, Mark Zuckerberg dropped out of college too.
Okay. Bill Gates did too, but
Oh, that's what I think it was,
Bill
Bill
Gates.
Gates.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. I mean, was Steve Jobs also? Yeah, he was also a college dropout.
Yep.
I don't know, but there's a
Yeah,
lot
we're
of
going
other
off
like
very.
idiots, like a ton of idiots that dropped out of college as well. Nobody talks about that.
Yeah. No, I was just thinking like Social Network. Um, I'll probably be like Mark Zuckerberg and you can be like Eduardo. I'll just screw you out of the company because, I made some deal and then
Impossible.
you just did not.
I literally own the fucking domains to the websites. Mark my words, I'll get a lawyer before you do, just because you said that.
No, I already got my lawyer on retainer.
You
Or
got somebody who looks like me.
my
He's gonna see me, and then he's gonna be like, "Oh shit, I'm screwing over myself. This might be bad karma."
oh my son. How can I
Yeah,
help you? No, it's good. I got my lawyer on retainer. Him and I we do activities
it's
together.
good. That would be terrifying. Can you imagine like having a project that you worked on, or like you created the name, or like you like poured your heart and soul into it, and it just like rips from you from some asshole?
Yeah, can you imagine if like okay, so imagine this podcast and that other project we're working on, like it actually starts to blow up. And let's say we reach like 1 million subscribers, 1 million people have bought the product. Um, and then somehow through a series of events, I'm able to like swindle you out of it pretty much entirely. Like, how would that make you feel?
Um, like you tried to, or you successfully did.
I successfully swindled you.
Okay. So you know the plot to like AP Bio, right? His whole his
Not really.
whole like sure, like you have that cringe ass part where it's just like high school kids and shit. You have like the other part where his whole purpose in life is just to screw over this guy who is like just more successful than him. So that
Oh
would just
yeah,
be my purpose in life after that. I'd find different coherent ways, covert ways to try and fucking uh it's like take you off.
yeah,
I mean, what else would I have? I mean, I guess I could create a new project, but it's like it'll never be the same as my original project. So,
yeah. Well, you could just be like those twins and just sue me.
I mean, because I
But
know that's not going to go very far, assuming it's just like the social network, but I'll just show them like the
yeah,
domain name that I made like years ago, I guess.
yeah. I don't know. I thought it was a good
I thought
movie.
it was good.
I want there to be like a movie about Elon Musk in a similar fashion. It'll
There's a movie about our vice president. I forgot what its name, or I forgot what it's.
Hillbilly Elegy,
Yeah,
or no, the book. Is that also the name of the movie too?
yeah.
I kind of every now and then I get like a TikTok post about the book, and it's kind of I'm so proud of him. He started like this. I don't really care about those videos, but I don't know. I mean, the vice president, depending on what party you're a part of, you either think that they do very little or they're very important.
Right.
But I think it'd be a good idea just to kind of like read up on the people who run my country.
I think it would be a fun movie to watch. I've seen
Yeah.
videos of it where like he tossed out a calculator out of his car, like a calculator he tried stealing.
Yeah. Okay, so there's 2 minutes ago. Okay, I'm just seeing if I die within the next like 5 minutes or something. I don't
For what did you
know.
consume?
Yeah, I just snorted some Coca-Cola.
Nice.
So I was kind of like delaying it, and then I realized what time it was, and I figured, well, fuck, I either got to take this now, otherwise I'm not gonna sleep all fucking
Yeah.
night. So, um, yeah, um, fuck, I spoke too much about the Chiefs, and I gotta scroll all the way up to the rest of the fucking topics. Um,
What's your favorite team?
yeah, my favorite team, the Chiefs. You know what? I mean, I'm not gonna watch the games tomorrow because I don't have whatever subscription it is you need in order to watch the football games, but
I'm just
whatever. I
blissfully
just don't want
unaware.
the,
And then I hear people
I
complain
just don't
about it
want
the next day. And I'm like, all right, that's
yeah.
dope.
I just don't want I just don't want the Chiefs to win. That's just all I ask. I don't think that's too crazy to ask, but
Yeah. Not really. But I mean they're
we should
going
go
to
to this.
win. They're gonna make it to the
Yeah.
Super Bowl this year.
Why don't you bet money on it?
I tried actually betting money on the election
Yeah.
because there was an option in my in Robinhood, and it was just when I clicked on it, it just like there's just too much to do. And I was like, I don't want to do all this just for the fucking just for that shit. But
Yeah. Yeah, you could make big money. Well, maybe. I don't know who you voted for, but oh, that's right. You didn't vote. Yeah. Yeah.
no, I voted. You know, I participate in our fragile democracy, you know, because if one
No,
doesn't
you didn't vote.
No, I participate in our democracy.
Yeah. What does that mean? What does that mean? Participate in democracy? Does that mean vote
That
or
means I
just
work
like
for the
be a
government,
part?
cunt. All right, I've done more than you.
Um, no, not really. I think the service I provide to the community, to society as a whole, is more valuable.
Actually, you might be right. The grand scheme of things, so what I've done. I mean, after what I did to like this last week, I went on a trip to Maryland to do something,
Yeah.
and yeah, that was I mean, I contributed to something that was kind of like bigger to myself than myself, I guess. So it's something.
Yeah. And that's still just funny to me. How your buddy, yeah, he just committed a victimless crime.
Yeah. I think I still think it was stupid, but we were talking about it too, like earlier, like you know, speeding is kind of speeding laws is bullshit, and I brought up the cannonball and what I've learned about that. He thought that was interesting. It's like, all right, well, I want to
Oh,
be the
letting
first one to
fire.
do that with a motorcycle. And then I like brought up, you know, you have to figure out how to imagine all those stops though, you know, and the gas.
Yeah,
But
that'd be interesting. Doing it with a
I
motorcycle.
mean,
That'd
he'd
be
be at that point, he'd just be doing a new record. But I mean, he
yeah.
is a big
I mean,
motorcycle guy, so.
ooh, I can already feel it. Fuck. Um, it's just like the taste in the back of the throat. You're
Oh, fuck. Don't say that because I just did a swig of alcohol and I got a taste.
yeah. Thought about combining the two, but I'm gonna wait till I'm more experienced in this before I combine the two. And I also
Yeah.
really don't want to go too
I feel
crazy
like
tonight
cocaine would be
because
like, or Coca Cola would be just a feeling like of an intense zen or something, you know, like an intense nicotine
um
rush.
no, like if I take what I have on my plate right now, all of it at once, I'd probably start spazzing out a little bit. Like I wouldn't speak because I'd be feeling pretty euphoric, and I just wouldn't want to speak because you just want to enjoy how you feel.
That was my
I'm not gonna
first
do
Zin POV.
You just felt overwhelming
I
euphoria.
did actually. I mean, maybe it was just because like I hated my life when I had it, and I was like, in the field, just like sitting in the fucking cab of a truck, waiting to move, not knowing when we can fucking go to the next area, and I felt great. It was like like just a random rush of fucking dopamine and serotonin. Or one of the two, I don't know. But yeah, it was nice. And then we had to move, and then it was just even more fun. The having to do shit while feeling like that. I don't know, because it was like I've had nicotine buzzes from like cigars before, but like that shit like knocks me the fuck out. But like that one was just like an intense, especially since they gave me the 6 mg, not like a 3 mg starting out. So
yeah. I don't know. I guess. I mean, the first couple of times like I've ever really had a nicotine buzz, like a pretty intense one. It wasn't like a euphoric feeling, but like the new feelings, the feeling of the nicotine
yeah,
hitting your body. It was like kind of exciting. I remember before one of the plays I did in school, hitting a vape of my friends, like right before I had to do a scene with Molly. And that kind of amped me up, just like the feeling of being a bit dizzy and whatnot. I was like, all right, yeah, fuck it. Let's go rehearse our scene right
yeah.
now. Yeah. I mean, that could never happen now. Like, I don't think any fucking nicotine buzz would get me excited. I would. All nicotine buzzes do whenever I feel it is I just feel a bit lightheaded, which is nice, but it doesn't like amp me up. Um,
You know what it reminds me of?
fuck
That
it.
weed mission from GTA?
Yeah, yeah, I remember that.
I'm basically Michael with like all the aliens and shit. Because I actually felt something from that. Well, like since he done probably way more nicotine than I did, you're just like the Franklin. Well, this shit is dry.
I suppose. I don't know. I feel like my head is starting to be worse at coming up with replies to whatever the fuck it is you're saying.
That's exciting. Molly, take cover. Or like, yeah, take cover. Molly, take
Take
cover. Incoming missile. Take over real quick. I'm gonna go use the S.
Um,
I'm supposed to take over?
yeah, you're supposed to be the star of the show now. What do you have to say? What's new with you?
Absolutely nothing. Um,
I'd say once he gets back, we could talk about the social security scammer.
it wasn't even a social security scam.
Well, I mean, they asked for this. Well, they possibly asked
Yeah.
for the social security number.
Are you good?
Yeah, I'm just like I'm waiting a little bit to see if like I start feeling like absolute dog shit before I take another line. It's just like a weird feeling. I don't really feel anything yet aside from just like the negatives, where it's kind of like a weird. It's a pretty shit taste in the back of your throat, but your nose is also slightly numb, but it also feels like it's a lot more open. It's like taking a nasal spray. How it kind of like clears it up pretty well for a little bit.
And why do you enjoy this?
Well, you enjoy it once you start to take more, right? Because if you take little amounts from what I'm noticing, it's just kind of like the icky physical effects. But if you take more of it, you get a bit more hyper, more energetic, and then if you start feeling a bit whoa, but also your nose kind of does feel like
So it's like
shit.
the opposite of alcohol, then.
Well, yeah, it's an upper. Alcohol is, I mean, I guess it can be an upper, but it's also like physically a downer. but it can also make you more energetic to a certain point, and then it starts to just like collapse you.
Yeah. Unless you stop
There's like a
drinking
level.
at the upper, and then it's just, I guess, yeah, you do stop. You just start getting sleepy anyway.
Yeah. So Molly didn't take over while you were gone because we were going to save the story for when you got
Okay.
back. I'll let you tell it.
My grandma got a phone call from, well, who she thought was her, like, medical insurance
I
provider, because that's what
already know where this
they
is
were.
going. That's sad.
Yeah. So, she believed him at first. So they were asking her for like information. She was saying information. Um, they got to a certain question, like what were the numbers of her like insurance card or
Yeah.
something. And then she hung up on them. And then she starts making like phone calls to her. Well, she first called her insurance company because she was like concerned, and they're like, yeah, no, that wouldn't have been us. We only mail things.
Yeah.
And then she calls her bank, and her bank's like, yeah, we'll keep an eye on your like account, make sure no money is gonna be like no unusual amount of money is being taken out. And then she can't remember if she gave him her social security number or not. So they have like her name, her address, like a bunch of different shit, but she cannot remember if she actually gave him her social security number or not.
Right.
And so she's been like paranoid all week that something's gonna happen.
I mean, it'll be.
And then her phone's text messages were trying to get like connected to her like Google account, and she somehow was like, oh, they're doing something to my phone, they're trying to charge me money.
I mean, it's possible. I've only ever really gotten like notifications from Google when someone's
No, like, you know how like you can send text messages. I guess you have an Apple phone, so I don't know if it would be the same.
I had a Samsung in the past, but like, what are you talking about? Like, request money or?
But no, it had nothing to do with money at all. She just thought it did because she was paranoid. But like, because with her phone, she can connect via like Google. So like you'd be able to like have your Google profile with your text messages to people. And that came up on her phone, like to be like, yes, continue as her name.
Yeah.
And she was like paranoid as shit that these people were trying to like charge her money. And it's been a great week dealing with it. And I don't understand how.
Yeah.
I don't understand how people fall for that stuff.
I mean, I fell for it as a kid. Like, falling for an advertisement on some random website. Like, congratulations, you've been selected for a free PS3.
Wait, you actually believe that shit?
Yeah, so the funny thing is, like, I had to have been like 10 or 11 years old. So my excuse is that I was a child and I had never heard about like scams on the internet. So I just saw like this advertisement on the side and I clicked on it and it started asking for personal information. Yeah. So I went to my dad and was like, hey, what's our address again?
Oh my
okay.
God.
All right, that's cool. And then like 3 minutes later, I asked like another question like, hey, what's our something other? And then after that second question, he's like, what the fuck are you
Good.
doing?
I mean, that was.
And then I kind of told him like, well, I won a free PS3. And he's like, no, you didn't. Like, fucking. So I didn't complete the scam, but I was pretty fucking close to doing it. And then,
But if your dad wouldn't have like caught on.
yeah, then something would have been fucked. I mean, I have fallen for scams as a teenager, just because of my willingness to believe. So buying some sketchy things from sketchy people off of a sketchy messaging website. It's like Telegram or some shit. I was trying to buy groceries off of Telegram.
What?
To say that. I mean, okay, so I sent them $200, which wasn't a great. I mean, it's still a decent chunk of change, but like it wasn't gonna make me broke or anything. So I asked for like photo verification of the groceries I was gonna be getting, and it seemed kind of legit. Like it seemed possible. So then after I sent the $200, then they immediately after that said, okay, so you're gonna need to send us like another $80 processing fee or handling fee for our end to
Dude.
get it shipped. And then after that, I kind of realized, oh,
Yeah, my
okay.
$200 is gone. Dude, I don't know.
The good news is that my credit union, I called them and then I made up some bullshit excuse how like, oh, I just turned 21, I was out drinking, I was trying to buy a gift for my girlfriend off this sketchy website, and I was a bit drunk and I didn't really think it through. So I mean, I got the money back. They canceled the chart or the money that I
I mean,
sent
that's
out
good. Yeah.
to. So I almost got scammed as a young kid, and then I thought I was all good, and then as like I think it was, yeah, it had to have been my 21st birthday, so not that long ago, but yeah, I pretty much scammed myself because of my willingness to believe that this was a reputable seller. And moral of the story is if you don't meet him in person, just don't expect anything. Just don't. Just be perfectly okay with sending your money to the fucking drain.
But I want to
It's
sit
good.
here and
Lessons
say,
learned.
obviously, I mean, I've never I don't think I've ever fallen for a scam before.
You've never been scammed? Damn, it's
I
kind of.
don't think I have.
I mean,
Either.
well, obviously, recently I've had my someone stole my credit card information somehow, but I think that was probably like a leak of data from a shitty ass website that doesn't know how to fucking lock down their shit right.
Um, I've shown you this website before. It's called Pwned. I mean, I'm not sure if it'd show you this, especially if it's related to like credit card information. But all you do is just I'll just fucking send it. It's self-explanatory. I feel like I've showed you this website before, but
Oh yeah, you
Is it
sent
the
it
one where
before.
it's like the things you have signed up for?
yeah, you just enter in your
Yeah.
email and then it'll tell you if
You
like.
told us about it not that long ago.
Oh,
Yeah, it
I'm
was part of the
sorry.
podcast. You brought it up.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh my god, that taste is awful. I don't know. I mean, I think it's good that you guys have never been scammed because there's like really there's nothing good that comes of it. But I think in my case, I'm kind of fucking stupid, so lessons learned in the wallet tend to stick pretty well. Like getting caught doing some questionable driving on public property and having to pay like 3,500 in total for it. It's a good lesson. Or buying it's just a good
Right.
lesson. You just lose a lot of money.
I don't know. I don't want to say. I'm just trying to think of times where I got. I mean, I've given like homeless
Yeah.
people money,
Well, that's not like you're not expecting.
but I'm
That's
not
different. Yeah.
expecting anything in return. I've used claw machines before. I guess I was kind of scammed. I've never bought a lottery ticket because
I haven't either.
I know that's a stupid person tax, or like
I bought like those scratch offs before. Well, I guess I didn't buy them. My sister bought them for
see
me
my
on
my
my
boss
18th
got it
birthday.
for me, and it was just because we're sitting out in the fucking cold and there's nothing else for us to do. But
Yeah. Is your boss the kind of guy who like maybe once a month or once every other week he buys a scratch off like that? Okay.
no, I don't think so. But my mom's ex-boyfriend was, and
It's got to be like a gambling gene or something, right?
I mean, if there is a gambling gene, then I have it for sure because my grandfather was a very big gambler
Have you ever been to a casino?
once, and it wasn't
And
my
like,
money, and it just pissed me off the whole time.
okay, so yeah, all the three of us will go to a casino and we'll put up our own money, and then once you get a little taste of it, yeah, we'll see how it goes.
I don't think you should bring me to a casino.
If I'm bringing you to a casino, you're not playing slots. We're playing.
I don't want to play stupid card
All right,
games.
it's not stupid
Okay.
first off, but
I want colorful
No.
screen and button hitting and loud.
You're just old people living in the
seen-
moment. I love those videos.
Yeah. Yeah, those fucking brain dead button presses just boom, 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 boom.
All their
boom,
life
boom.
savings just getting drained away. That's so sad. I actually get fucking sad when I
Can't
see
believe
that
it.
shit.
I do too. It's it's the worst of well, it's one of the darker sides of humanity. But is it kind of crazy that Molly's been to a casino more times than either of us, and she's actually won more money from casinos than either of us have?
Not really, because I just
Yeah,
hate them in general. So
I mean, I guess that's smart, but that's also not fun.
I
So
played poker and I won a couple games of that, but I never actually gambled with real money.
yeah, well, if you went to a casino, would you want to go to blackjack or poker table?
Poker table. It's just more
Okay,
fun.
I actually probably
I don't like blackjack is okay, but it's just not as fun.
I guess poker does feel more skill based. I don't know. I still need to learn how to really play poker. I've been
We have that thing,
yeah.
the game.
Well, we have, poker on Discord
Yeah.
and
I mean, I played with
I don't
my
know.
siblings before, like on Discord. But all we
Yeah.
like eventually it
I
just
just,
like devolved into us just creating like this fucking idiot who keeps gambling all his money away. But
yeah. I just want to go to a casino and be able to do Coca-Cola and smoke a fucking cigarette while I'm playing blackjack. All right, is that so much
it's
to
in your
ask?
genes because you've been to Vegas before, right?
Allow smoking.
I've seen a lot of casinos that have designated spots where you can smoke inside.
I
It's
guess.
designated, but at least the two I've been to, I mean, I've been to one in Minnesota, which I've heard a lot from my coworker is I think they might have gotten caught cheating or something. That's his take on it anyway, but like they had designated smoking spots inside the
Yeah.
casino, which
I mean, yeah.
I kind of like. I think it's kind of trashy, but also I think it's kind of cool.
The one I've gone to the most, I think, still allows smoking in pretty much the entire place.
Interesting.
Because you always see the little, like, trays.
Yeah, the ashtrays.
Yeah.
I mean, aesthetically, I still think smoking is cool. I just think it is. Um, Obviously, the reality is that it doesn't really give you anything. Maybe some neurological benefits. Maybe like that's the best case you can make is that nicotine activates some receptors on your brain that may or may not help you focus. Um, but the health detriments probably outweigh whatever benefit there is. I mean, yeah, I can fucking feel it. I'm talking way more. My plan is once my vape pod is empty after tonight, I'm gonna take a break for a while. I'm I'm quitting the same time as a friend of mine, so whichever one of us caves first, we just have to tell the other
Oh,
person,
it's good.
and then
It's
the
like
other.
me quitting
Yeah.
Zins. And depending on what I find out on Monday about my stomach, I may or may not.
Oh, the shit.
Yeah, I finally got my fucking appointment. It's coming up. Finally.
Yeah. Let me know how that goes. I'm curious
Yeah.
if like your doctor or the doctor will be able to
Yeah,
tell you
well,
anything or
actually, it's interesting because, it really, I don't think it really is a doctor. It's just like a government employee with rank that happens to like be at a hospital. But and then they're gonna refer me to a gastrologist or like someone who works in her stomach, and then I'll
an
find out that
astrologist.
gastrologist. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what is.
How's an astrologist gonna tell you? I'm sorry. I don't know. You guys,
Gastroenterologist.
that sound. Who the fuck wants to study to become a if you're a kid and
Gastroenterologist.
that's
I
what you
mean,
want to
stomachs
become?
are interesting. I mean, it's only interesting to me
No,
because it's been fucking me over for the past couple of weeks. So I mean,
I guess yeah. That's
You're
interesting.
not even interested in it, and I've had
Yeah.
years worth of problems.
All right. Let me ask
maybe
you
we have the same.
guys.
Maybe we ate something, at the same time, and then, you know,
Yeah. Wait, no. You guys were born different years.
yeah,
I was gonna say
Yeah.
maybe it's like a
yeah.
2003 thing, but
No, I just think it's interesting. Like one day, there's just like a random day in my life where like, I just ate. How we had like salad every day for lunch. No, that was just our thing.
yeah.
Like one day, I just had it. Like I took a bite, and then I was just like, my stomach just like, no, you're not eating anymore. If you take another
Interesting.
bite, I'm fucking rejecting all of it.
That's so interesting. Like, out of the three of us, by far, I have the worst eating habits. I mean, I know I do. I just do. But I haven't had like really any stomach issues for the majority of my life. I mean, obviously stomach pains every now and then if like I'm sick or if I eat something bad or whatever. Like I'm not immune. I still have stomach pains, but I do not have the same level of issues that you guys both routinely have in my diet and I'd say lack of like actual decent physical exercise. So if anything, I should like be the most prone or I don't know, it's just interesting. Maybe because I'm so used to eating like dog shit, maybe it's trained my stomach or I don't fucking know. I'm not.
I think personally it was Zins, obviously.
Yeah. I can see it. Like,
But
yeah,
it's something that like I don't know. I've always had stomach issues since I've like been younger. Like I used to be like super constipated or I don't even think it was that. I think I just like it was just I've always had like I never thought about that until like when I've had issues again with it. That when I was younger, I'd always complain about stomach pains and the doctors, nobody could figure it out. And then they'd be like,
Yeah.
well, maybe it's just, it's mental, it's just in your head.
It's
Yeah.
psychosomatic. Yeah.
Like if it's in my
I
head,
mean,
then
it's
like
possible.
take me to a psychologist or something, At least
Do
try
some
The
fucking
something.
most
pills.
like one time out of the like however many fucking doctor appointments, they're like, yeah, we aren't seeing anything wrong. Maybe it's anxiety related. And then they never like
Did anything about it.
no.
I feel like
But
I don't know how you fix this. Like, I guess you'd have to go to like some supreme stomach specialist or someone who runs.
I did an appointment with one, and then my mom was just like, no, it's fine. You haven't had
Oh, that's
problems
stupid.
for a little while.
Jesus Christ.
See, my parents would just give me Miralax or like laxatives, and eventually it went away. So
That's interesting. I don't know.
Yeah, mine also did that, and it didn't help me at all.
It's interesting. I don't know. I mean, looking at my parents, because I mean, part of it has to be like genetic. My parents were not the model of health. I don't think either of our parents, like the three of us, either of them are like, I don't think any of them really make a conscious effort to be healthy. Like, I know for sure, Molly, your mom and your stepdad. I know, well, I guess your
I
stepdad
grew up in a
wouldn't count.
household where we'd sometimes eat ice cream for breakfast.
All right, yeah.
Like,
I mean, I grew up
I
in a
did
high
too, but
or like yeah, I grew up in a high school.
like,
I grew up in a household that like had cereal for breakfast. Almost the same
yeah,
sugar content.
yeah. I just ate like shit. I mean, fuck, you guys remember I made it a point of pride that I would bring like 3 cans of Mountain
Mount Lightning,
Lightning.
yeah.
yeah, I
Doctor
remember
Thunder.
Yeah, no shit. I'm massively.
the strawberry crushes and the orange crushes.
Yeah, it's no fucking wonder. I'm the embodiment of the typical American diet, and it's no fucking wonder why I look the way I look. But
I just thought it was interesting because like yeah, like growing up, yeah, I was always a fat ass. And
yeah.
it's interesting that like to be the opposite because my brother used to be like skinnier than I was. And then now it's like
And
the
now he's going
opposite. He's getting bigger than I am.
trades do that to you. I don't know. It's just
Yeah.
that's a cop out to say that trades do that to you. It's kind of just like a lack of personal.
Yeah, because he always like
Um,
says like, well, maybe I wish I could do exercise on my own, or like I'll tell him like
you
if you
really,
can't do exercises on your own, then at least stretch or like eat right. All you got to do is just
yeah,
fucking eat less or like lower your calorie
yeah.
intake.
I feel confident in saying in like 98% of circumstances there is something you
Yeah,
can do. It might not be like ideal or perfect. Like in my
right.
case, I feel like I don't have time to do good exercises or go to a gym because of my job. Um, and I have been trying to eat healthier. Um, and it's been like slow.
Right.
Um, from when I first bought the scale, um, I've lost about 10 pounds and I haven't really gone any lower than that. I mean, today and yesterday I've kind of been like reverting on my eating pattern. So tomorrow I'm gonna fucking, try and get back into the eating minimal, eating good shit. Um,
You should use the crock pot.
Yeah, that's a good idea. But no, I've kind of hit like a plateau just from like I've cut back on a lot of the fast food and extremely sugary coffees that I buy from gas stations. That's why I've been using like a Keurig and a mocha pot more, just making everything at home as much as possible.
Yeah.
You know, and I've lost about 10 pounds, but it's just been kind of stagnating, so I need to do something else. But back to your original point, there's always something you can do. Like you said, you can fucking stretch in the morning. Like almost no one is ever really that pressed for time, where as soon as you wake up, you have to fucking
Yeah.
get up, and then your entire day is working, and then as soon as you get back home, you just have to go to bed. I mean, maybe like 1 or 2 days, but you gotta stop making excuses. All right, at some point, it does just come down to making changes and sticking to them. It's a new
Right.
thing, it's a new habit, and it might not be as enjoyable. Like, I want to stuff my face with the sugary drinks and food and
Right.
shit that I've been eating for a longer time. It's just good. It's
I
easy,
mean,
convenient,
yeah.
tastes
I mean,
pretty
that's
good.
for me. It's like those are the easiest go to when I was younger. Because I
Yeah.
can't like drink alcohol or have nicotine or something. Let me get my serotonin up by having fucking a whole packet of Oreos. 'Cause,
Yeah.
that's what
I
my
mean, as a kid,
fucking parents did. You know.
yeah. I think I'm whenever I have kids, I'm not gonna be like a fucking overly obsessive with counting calories. I mean, I'm not gonna like demand my kids have a certain strict diet, but I'm definitely gonna learn from the mistakes of my parents, where they just kind of like they didn't care at all. Extremes on either end are bad. You can either not care at all and just give your kid whatever the fuck they want. That's not good. Or you can be way too obsessive and controlling, and then
That causes issues.
yeah, your kid's just gonna fucking hate you. And
Eating disorders get
yeah,
made by both ends.
yeah. I mean, I know you've never like been diagnosed with the eating disorder, right? But I remember you telling me how like for the majority of a summer you only ate like fucking ice pops and Eggo waffles.
Yeah, for like a solid 3 months. Those were the like main source of my diet because those were the
Yeah.
only two things I was able to consume without um like I would get incredibly nauseous if
I mean,
I ate anything else.
Yeah.
Those
yeah.
were the only things.
I mean, if I were your parent, then I'd have made more of an effort to like figure out why the fuck is my daughter only able to eat Eggos and ice pops without her stomach like killing
Right.
itself,
Yeah.
because that's
No, around that time is when we made the appointment with a specialist. And then by the time, and it was like months and months
Yeah.
away because obviously
they're
that's
special.
work.
Yeah.
And then by the time that the appointment was coming about, I I wasn't struggling as much with
Normal foods.
like normal foods. I was able to like continue life normally for the most part.
That's crazy that your mom would just be like, okay, well, you're fine now, so it'll never happen again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
good.
that's usually how like parenting goes, right? It's not you; it's just your offspring.
Because she also just like didn't want to drive to the appointment. Because like around the time this was happening, I was also getting my scoliosis brace. So it was just like a lot of driving to different towns for different appointment stuff she just didn't want to deal with.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to say that your mom doesn't love you, because clearly she does.
But
I
she
don't
doesn't
know.
love.
I don't know if like that's my kid.
Yeah.
That you do everything, and like you fucking make sure you do everything to make sure that they're fixed. I just don't
Right.
get
I
it.
mean,
I don't
even
know.
in like the least emotional way possible. Like that's your offspring, right? You want it to succeed. You want your bloodline to stay like alive or like be productive or useful.
Yeah, like especially if like you're a controlling parent and you want to like live vicariously through your kid because you fucked up in your own life.
Yeah.
Like you gotta at least give your kid like the chances to do good. Like if they're physically kind of fucked, then it's gonna slow them down, and you won't be able to enjoy their life and take
Yeah.
credit for their success as
Yeah.
much. Even if you're a narcissistic parent, I feel like it'd be in your best interest to make sure your kid
Yeah.
is healthy. I think maybe the issue is that a lot of people just I don't know, aren't great parents. I mean, it's not like
I mean,
you're
that's
coaching them how
like
to do
the
it.
one thing growing up like that you discover is like, oh, there really is no like good parents. You know, just like it's someone who's like me that just stumbled upon, oh shit, I guess we're having a kid. All right, well I got to figure this shit out now.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's not,
I
it's not
mean,
something you get training for. So I mean, it's not.
I can kind of disagree. Like, I think from other friends that I have, their parents just seem like more. They just seem better.
I mean, okay,
And more,
obviously there's
like, not
better,
giving it
but
credit for it.
that's the thing though, because maybe they're just like better socially at handling things or handling people, or they're more patient.
Yeah.
Like there's no like, there's still no
Yeah.
like
There's no
perfect
like perfect
parent.
solution.
You know, I'm not saying like any of our parents are like good or like like, you know, they're like, fuck man, you know. You know, they did their best, you know that. But I'm just saying like,
Can't feel better in my throat. Yeah.
like it's just interesting to come to that revelation like they're pretty much
Yeah.
like me, you know, out of nowhere, like, oh fuck, you know, a kid's happening.
Yeah.
And now they just have to
I
navigate
mean, I
life.
can.
In my case, my mom wanted to have
Well, I
Yeah.
me.
mean, I guess yeah, that's different. That's like, oh, okay,
Yeah. It is
that's
more
cool,
of
I'm a
one
parent
now.
now.
Yeah.
It's exactly how I
I mean,
planned it. But even then,
my sister wasn't planned.
it's like if
Yeah.
you,
And then 12 years later, she was like, I want another kid.
yeah, well, I mean, it's like
Interesting.
if you buy like a pet at a store, you know, and then, you know, the next day they start posting a video of them like decapitating them or something, you know, just because you have
Yeah.
responsibility over another being doesn't mean that you're good at it or
Yeah.
that you're a good
I
person.
mean, yeah, clearly. I think I can say that pretty safe in the case of my parents. I mean, being charitable to them, I think, I think there's a lot of people who get into relationships and then whether the kid's planned or not, like their relationship was just never going to work out anyway. And they just never really fixed their own personal issues or kind of like had them under
Yeah.
control. Like, I don't know. I feel like, obviously I have issues. I'm just not really super aware of them. So I don't know like where to begin. But maybe that's also a good thing because I feel like I'm decently okay, at least right now. I don't know. If I had like a kid tomorrow and one just fucking spawned, I mean, it'd obviously kind of fuck up shit. It'd be oh shit, it would change plans. But I wouldn't also have to contend with my own. Well, actually, maybe not. Maybe having a kid would bring out like my own personal. It would reveal a lot more of my flaws, my
Yeah.
shortcomings, like trying to raise another human being successfully. Because I mean, yeah, I can't imagine it's
Yeah.
easy. There's a lot of if you want to be good, you just have to spend a lot of time with it,
It.
and you're gonna fuck up, make mistakes, but well, you have to spend time with them. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I meant as in like the concept of parenting. You have to spend time with it, and you have to give
Yeah.
a shit. And I'm not saying you need to read a book or anything, although that could be good. It's just like the more effort you put into a thing. I think this is just true of life in general. Like the more effort you put into things, obviously you're just going to be better at it. I
Right.
mean, that's true for. I mean, pretty much everything. I'm struggling to think of something where it doesn't really apply.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
I mean, I
Maybe,
just thought, I mean, one thing that I wanted to touch on was it was interesting to be like, you know, literally have like childhood obesity because I'm learning from my parents, like I'm eating the food that they give me, and then like
yeah,
also like be shit on by by my mother. Like, you know, if you keep eating the way you do, you're gonna end up like a fat fuck when you're older.
Jesus
Like,
Christ.
you know, coming from someone who wasn't fucking physically that well either. So
That's crazy. That
yeah,
you're the parent. Like your kid doesn't have a job to make
right.
money to buy their own food. They don't. You don't
Yeah.
know how to do something until you
Well, I
want to
mean,
do it. So like when it
yeah,
comes to
I even
cooking,
expressed when I was younger, like I want to lose weight, you know, because I was being made fun of when I was younger for my weight throughout my
yeah,
childhood. And I'm like, okay, well, this sucks, you know, but there's ways I can fix it.
yeah,
To how, you know, I was hoping there's ways I could do that, and then I just didn't
yeah,
get the support or like the care. So that you're just like, okay, well, oh, what are you trying to lose weight for? Let's find the root of this issue. let's go call school. It's like, no, I think the root of the issue is fucking just trying to fucking be healthy. But
yeah. I mean, I don't know. I guess I'm kind of looking back on my own childhood when I was just younger. Like, obviously I have issues with my parents, but one of the good things that I can say that my dad did is when I was like 13, 14, I didn't enjoy it in the moment, but like he made me go on bike rides with him because I mean he had nothing to do. He just sat at home all day, so he also needed like an outlet to just like do something, focus, get out of the house, and I didn't want to do it in the moment because I just wanted to sit and do nothing and do my own thing, but I think that's good. Like, I don't know, as a parent, you have more excuses to like not want to work out with your kid or like do some exercise with them if like you have a tough job and you just want to fucking relax, but you should take your kid on a walk or something like a dog. But I don't know. That's part of being a parent. Is
well, I think most of it's like they'll
would
get the
you want?
playing out of the way. They already got the metabolism and the activity
Yeah,
to do things. I mean, depending on their
yeah.
like I don't want to be that guy that's like, oh, well, they're a fat ass because, or they're, yeah, I'm a fat ass because like of my, my biological makeup.
My genetic.
I'm just naturally that way. It's like, I mean, it depends
I mean,
because
maybe,
like
but
some people's metabolism are faster than the other. Like, someone who's trying to bulk and get to somebody else's like muscle level is different than someone trying to
yeah,
lose fat but also having a shit ton of muscle.
yeah. I mean, I can. I think I can safely say that in my case. Like, I'm pretty sure my metabolism is pretty slow.
But you
Um,
can also increase it by working out and being more physically
yeah. So
active.
it's not like
And it
yeah,
stays
it's
at
not
a good consistent level is what I've noticed. Um, mine is about average from the tests that I got.
I'm pacing myself. I mean, what's on the plate? Yeah, it's less than a gram. All right, I'll be fine. What's the point of taking something if you
Can
don't
I
have
have the
fun with
rest?
it? Fuck no. Come in this room right now and I'll let you have the
Fuck.
rest.
All right, give me a year. Give me like less than a
Um,
year. That's weird to say that now. Feels good.
yeah, I don't know. Um, yeah, I don't know. I think it's good. It's just
Okay.
you
Yeah.
gotta give me
So
a
what you're
break.
saying, D, is that we need food.
Yeah, we need food to exist. We need food to survive. It's pretty useful, I'd say.
Well, like there's food at weddings. You eat it. I feel like that was one of our first episodes. This is probably how it felt.
Yeah, interesting. I can't feel my teeth. Um, yeah. Um, I don't know. I think alcohol is just kind of boring by comparison now.
I hate that.
I don't know.
That's the only thing I can do.
Yeah. I don't know. It's kind of just like the same thing every time. It tastes pretty shit. Kind of feels nice once you get in, but
That's where I'm at right now. It just feels all right. You know,
yeah.
but like I've had
I
this
don't know. I think
same
it's
feeling like a billion times. I mean,
yeah. I mean, that was pretty much me with marijuana. Like, I enjoyed it for about a solid I think about 2 years. Yeah, it was pretty enjoyable. Like anytime I ever smoked. Granted, it was also a social activity. Like I pretty rarely smoked by myself, so it was
right.
always amplified by the fact that I was with friends and I don't know, it was just fun. But then I don't know, it just stopped being as fun. I guess I just had less time to hang out with friends because of the I was working. I know when I started Ultimate Farming Champion, I took a break because they drug test you before you start, and I didn't want to fail it. And then that job would just kind of, it was a long job. you're working for most of the day, and when you get back, you're just kind of exhausted. And I just stopped smoking. I just didn't really make time or have energy, and I'd say with like marijuana and alcohol, maybe not with alcohol, but with like marijuana, it's more fun the more you do it, at least in my case, because having a slight tolerance so that like when you take it, it doesn't knock you on your ass. You can kind of like enjoy the effects and the feelings and still it amplifies whatever experience you're having. It doesn't become the experience itself. At least in the case of marijuana. I think that's like the sweet spot. Although now I've kind of
I don't think I've ever
gravitated
had the
more
sweet
towards
spot then. I feel like I've only like done overboard. That's about it. Where like
yeah.
all I remember is just a clip show of that night.
I mean, I get
But
it.
like the biggest parts that I remember are just like well, my brain was like emotionally active. More like, this might be important. Where like, I was a little concerned because I was in a park or like the town square. And I was like high, so I was like, okay, this is interesting. Never been outside. Well, at this mental state before.
Yeah.
And then at the Domino's when we picked up the pizza, then the biggest part that I remember was being insulted on how much I'm eating because
That's crazy.
first time high I was like, okay, this is like insane. This is I'm hungry as fuck right now and I don't know why. And, and then I get fucking insulted, and for some reason that like fucked with my brain chemistry so much that was like the biggest part that I remember, because I remember we're at the second Spider-Man at that point.
Yeah. I mean, if it's any consolation, I guess it's not a good reflection on me, but I've done something similar like that to someone else. Like they were on acid. Them and the other guy were on acid, and they just told me to come hang out with them. So we were taking a walk through like a cornfield almost, and I told one of the people like, the ground just feels pretty crazy, doesn't it feel like it's kind of just like consuming you a little bit?
That's insane.
I did like I didn't say it with the intent of, oh, I'm gonna fuck
Yeah.
with him. Like I didn't have that thought
Yeah.
beforehand, but it just came out. So I guess like maybe naturally
You just like to fuck with people naturally.
What a
that's not
take.
good. That's not a good take.
So I met, like, I know someone, like a coworker that I've talked to, and they've done shrooms before with some other people.
Yeah,
And
I have some of those.
and what? So these people were like so negative the whole time during his trip, though. I think it was like one of his first trips.
Yeah,
It was just like that. So like really gave like a negative connotation to the substance.
I can completely understand
So
that.
like,
Yeah,
yeah, he was
it
just trying to enjoy the substance. This guy who came over for the shrooms said all of a sudden like, "Oh, well, I'm gonna be the trip sitter," Even though like he has no experience with it, he just like pretty much just pussied out and said, "Okay, well, I'm
yeah,
just gonna trip sit then." And then the whole time, him and then this other coworker was just like super negative the whole experience, and he was like,
Jesus.
"Fuck that! I need to get this guy on at some point." But
I can't imagine like anything like imagine worse things, but like if I took mushrooms or acid and then one person I was with just like decided, okay, now's the time I'm gonna start like freaking the fuck out about everything in my
yeah,
life, and I'm just gonna vent to you. I can imagine how they'd just be like, okay, you're kind of. I'd be perfectly happy to be your therapist when I'm not on a substance right now, but like,
yeah,
just let me enjoy my thing. You don't have to be a
exactly.
dick. You don't have to. You don't have to.
Like one of my first experiences, I have a playlist like that I want to listen to that I've
Yeah,
compiled.
that's good.
So like I think that would be, if I live to the end of the year, when I get out of
Yeah,
the current career that I'm in, I think it would be interesting to do that.
yeah. Well, okay, I'm not going to ask you what's the first thing you'd want to take because I understand in your current organization you can't answer that. But like, what's the most interesting thing that you've heard anyone describe that you're just very curious about what that experience is like. You're just, you're thinking about it.
I mean, I know it's the easy answer, but I think just like shrooms in general, just because I mean, I know people like say like, oh, it opened my mind to like new experiences. This is interesting. Like, I think
Um,
it's that part's interesting. You know, if you had that experience, it's awesome. I don't think like
yeah.
if it happens to me, that's great, but I don't think that would. I just want like the feeling, or maybe like I don't know. What is that
I mean, it's
like?
possible.
What is that called? Like deterrence or something? You know, something that like changes with your visual.
Um, Describe this more. What do you mean by that?
Like you know the definition of like shrooms or like acid.
Uh, Psychedelic, psychoactive.
Okay,
It,
yeah. So I mean, pretty much just I pretty much just I think psychedelics in general would be interesting.
yeah. I mean, I don't know.
Which what would be deterrence then? What was I thinking of?
Oh,
Deliriance. I
deliriance?
don't know
Is that
why I
what
keep
you're?
saying detergent. Yeah,
Oh, yeah. Don't fuck with deliriance. From everything I've heard. Okay, so I'm gonna go with a very infamous example, but like one of the most famous deliriants is called Datura. It's
interesting. So I must have like put those together then.
Yeah. So obviously, like people have had bad experiences with psychedelics. Like probably the biggest thing is set and setting. Like if you're mentally stressed, your environment sucks, your life sucks. Probably not a good idea to take a substance that's going to make you feel a lot of strong things, and you're not going to be as emotionally stable. Um. So like one of the biggest things I've heard with Datura is it's pretty much like a guaranteed way to induce a bad trip into your system. Not only is it like an actual poison to your body, it dehydrates you severely. Um, you start becoming delirious. Like people have reported that you don't even remember taking the substance. Every time I've ever taken acid or mushrooms, like I'm aware of the fact that I took a substance and that it's altering how I feel, and I'm feeling these things because I took a substance. So kind of like why this is
Right.
happening. It's kind of a bit of like in this circumstance right now where I'm taking Coca-Cola. It calms me a little bit because I know why this is happening. But with deliriums, you oftentimes forget that you ever took anything.
That's interesting.
Um,
So then
like,
what? You just start going into like, is this like my mindset forever now?
I mean, that's part of it. Yeah, like you start, like, you haven't. I don't know. This is going to be a bit different because you didn't experience this. But like when I first smoked weed, I think I came pretty close to like being in a delirious state. Like I knew that I smoked weed, but the effects of what I was feeling were really panicking me or scaring me because I just didn't prepare for it at all. So I was, how I was feeling and physically and mentally, it was freaking me the fuck out, and it just snowballs. I think deliriums are kind of like that, where you don't know why you're feeling like this. You're in a panicked state, heightened emotional sensitivity. You don't know what the fuck is going on. You're confused. You're not in your right state of mind.
Yeah.
And the negative emotions you start feeling, the stress and anxiety, it's hard for it to go away. It just snowballs. Like
All right. Well, never mind then.
you might
Fuck. All
remember.
right. All I want is just I just wanted to like change my like perception of
Yeah, perception of
I
reality.
guess yeah. Cuz I think it would be interesting to like especially just go on a walk just outside or just
Yeah, that's the nice part.
or just yeah, playlist I compiled I think would be
Mm.
perfect. Or maybe it would
Yeah,
be like maybe overboard. But I don't know. I don't know until I like
yeah,
try it.
yeah. You'll get there. I mean, it depends also on like how much you take. You can. I mean, I think that's pretty self-explanatory. I mean, it's the same with alcohol. You can drink light and you can feel a little buzzed, or you can drink a lot and you'll feel pretty
Yeah.
fucked.
Well, I mean, I kind of like, go big or go home.
Yeah, so I think for your first experience with mushrooms, we'll give you like 4 grams. That's the most I've ever taken, and it didn't hit me like a truck or anything. I don't know. I remember it started off pretty nice. and then all it took was just like one negative thing happening. I mean, I remember it was because I think I promised to play Battlefield 1 with you, and I couldn't figure out how to turn on my PlayStation and get it set up.
I remember
there
I
was, like,
got
some...
mad that day too. It's like,
Yeah, so maybe I had some like resentment for you for that when you may have taken an edible, maybe. But like after that experience, like I was, because I remember before trying to hop on, I was just like sitting on a couch enjoying listening to music, and then okay, it's time to play games with Jason. Get on, can't figure it out. I feel like a dipshit. You're a little bit annoyed, like, hey, if you're gonna do something, like, let me know
yeah.
or reschedule. And I felt kind of like an asshole. And then from there, I just started to feel more and more.
Yeah, emotions hit you harder, huh? Probably.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah. I'm trying to overly complicate pretty simple shit, but yeah, emotions just hit you harder.
I mean, that's what I heard. That's why like it was such a negative experience for that guy. That like if you're talking about negative shit
Yeah,
or talking about work or some shit, you don't want to hear that
yeah,
when you're trying to enjoy yourself. And
no,
it's I mean I feel bad now because I didn't know that, is I just didn't have that mindset, and also I was lonely as shit in my dorm room if that's where I was, so that's
yeah,
also why like I can't just like well I'm just gonna go walk outside. What I'm gonna do instead? So I just like
yeah,
plus I was also like I don't know I was on a power trip around then. I don't know what it was, but I was just like,
yeah.
well, figure it out or
I mean,
like go fuck yourself.
yeah. I mean, to be fair, I've also kind of had like ego boosts. So the last time I took mushrooms, I did a thing called lemon teching. I'm not sure if I've already told you what it is, but you pretty much like grind the mushrooms up, let them soak in like tea or lemon juice, or it's some kind of liquid where it decreases the come up time and makes the effects hit harder but last shorter.
Interesting.
Pretty much I did that, and it lasted just the length of Pink Floyd's Dark Side of the Moon album. I just laid on the couch with my eyes closed, and I don't remember exactly what my headspace was, but I remember kind of just not totally thinking like I'm God, but kind of getting like an ego boost. Just like, yeah, I'm doing good. I'm just enjoying myself.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's I was gonna ask you, Molly. So from all the substances you've seen me try, Coca-Cola, Xanax, LSD, a little bit of mushrooms, and MDMA, which do you think would be the most interesting to be around Jason while he's experiencing that? I know what.
Jason?
Yeah, so like, what do you think would be the most, maybe not enjoyable, but the most interesting one to be around? I know what my answer would be.
LSD.
You think Jason would be the most interesting on LSD?
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna ask a follow-up question that's, I know it's gonna be hard to answer, but like, how do you think he would act? I know it's difficult, but like let's give him a decent dose. Like it's hitting him pretty good.
I feel like I'm curious to see him on it because I genuinely don't know how he would react.
Yeah, I mean, we're just gonna talk about you like you're not here. Um, I think like let's just say it's just us three. I don't think he'd be freaking out.
No.
I trust him. He's gonna be able to enjoy the experience, but I think it'd be fun to just like, I don't know. I feel like he'd kind of have like that fresh set of eyes, everything about acid, where he's kind of just like smiling about looking at a fucking table or a chair and just like, do you guys not see that? This thing looks so beautiful. Which is perfectly fine. Like, it's totally nice to just kind of get lost in the simple shit. Although for me personally, I think I'd be most curious to see Jason on MDMA, just because I'd want to see if like the overwhelming emotions would get to him and like kind of loosen up and kind of he'd just be very emotional. It's kind of like when you get to a certain level of drunk where you're just very talkative and lovey-dovey. I'd feel like
I
that'd
don't
be.
want to see Jason like that.
I kind of do. I think it could be fun. He just gets like very very happy and like, oh, you guys are my best friends, and he starts like crying.
See, that'd feel weird. I
mean,
would
it'd
be
feel weird.
uncomfortable in that situation.
Yeah, it'd
I
feel
don't think I
weird.
could
I
get
can
like that.
imagine him like.
Look, I think
Oh, I'm
most of
gonna
the
beat you
time
up
I get
right
like
now.
happy drunk, and I am intoxicated at the moment as we speak. I don't think I'd But at least like right now, I'm still like self-aware. Like, okay, if I say this is gonna be cringe as fuck. You know?
Nah, I think what I'll do, I'll make it fun for both of us. I'll give you enough MDMA so that we're both kind of like feeling an overwhelming amount of emotions, and then yeah, Molly can just make sure that we don't kill ourselves. And
Jesus, yeah, just give her the task, make her be the sober driver, the sober cab.
How do you think you would enjoy babysitting Jason and I on like the
I don't think she would.
level? I think you would enjoy it, right?
On what?
So, like the 2 times you've seen me on MDMA, let's
Okay,
go
so
the first time.
You both
At that same level, we're kind of just like, holy fuck.
I genuinely would not want to be around you guys.
All right, we'll get Isaac to do it. He'll enjoy it.
I think he would, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, he'd I totally get like it just being annoying. Like I understand like even when I've just taken it by myself and I'm around you, like I get very talkative and just like pestering almost. I completely understand. Like even right now, how I'm talking a lot, I can kind of understand. Like in a certain mindset, it would kind of just be, "Oh my god, just shut the fuck up." So I get it. But how do you think that would be to witness if like Jason and I were both at that same dose and just do you think it'd be funnier or you'd just be like, just shut the fuck up, just go inside?
I'd be concerned, but at the same time, I'd want to just leave. Like, I don't think it would be enjoyable at all.
Yeah, that's fair. Do you kind of get like that when we're both drunk?
Yeah.
A little bit. Okay. I mean, yeah, that's fair.
Like, I guess it depends how.
Yeah.
Like, how intoxicated, but yeah, there's been points where you're both just kind of like at a level where I'm just like, oh my god, shut up.
Yeah, I'm like I'm the air to his fire. I'm feeding into him.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's good. I'll prepare a dose of MDMA for when you get back, and then we'll just make sure Isaac's there. And
I mean, I don't know.
now, if he starts to fuck with you, we'll beat the fuck out of him.
Yeah, because I don't know how much I trust him because that one time, forever ago, he just took like a
No,
billion
I'll
pictures of my phone. I feel like
yeah,
he just got
no,
like a rise out of like pissing, like just making me mad. So
I'll give him a stern talking to, like, okay,
yeah.
you will do as I say.
Well, recently he's been like all right, been like pretty cool to talk to, but
Well,
it
yeah,
was
sometimes
weird that he got
people.
offended that I didn't like think that we were best friends.
Yeah, I mean, people in person. I mean, they're just obviously different as opposed to
Yeah, in person he was
over.
worse. So
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know.
I kind of get where he's coming from. I mean, I can see some parts of myself where it's kind of just fun to piss people off. It's not good. It's just a bad trait to have. Um,
I mean, I have that too, for sure. And then it's weird
yeah.
because then like people, my coworkers have, at least one of them, I feel like was intelligent enough to start figuring out how to piss me off. And then he
Ooh,
said that
so he's
he
turning the table.
he's just trying to wait. He's just trying to see like my ultimate crash out. When I finally fucking start getting that mad, he just wants to see that happen.
Yeah.
And
You should tell him that when he pushes you to that point, that his life is just going to be over within
yeah,
like a minute. It's
that's but like I don't know. I feel like he has more experience with physical confrontations than I do.
no,
But
I believe in you. You'd see red. You'd fuck him up.
maybe I have more muscle mass. Maybe, since I took combatives in like the most modern military there is, or in the world. Maybe
You beat a
maybe that
professional.
takes a role into it, but I don't know.
You beat a professional
I don't think
wrestler.
I would
I believe.
I don't think I would. I don't want to say I'm like, I'm a natural pacifist. I wouldn't do anything bad, but I don't think
Well, what are your thoughts on violence? When do you think it's warranted? When do you think it's necessary?
like if somebody's already done something physical to someone, obviously, you know.
So, like, at a bar, if you see a random guy
Yeah, if it's a
punch another
bar, that's a
guy,
PvP zone. Like everyone's like kind of tainted, except like the bartenders. That's his job to like figure that shit out. I don't feel like getting involved, especially if, dude, there's like videos of like people getting like stabbed to death, or like all they have to do is just like
yeah,
pull out a knife and then do like one swipe across the neck, and that's it. If it's like at a job or
yeah,
something and it's like a physical, like stupid confrontation, I feel like that's different. If it's like
yeah,
strangers I don't know in a confrontation, I don't know who's right, who's wrong, or what's going on.
yeah. Just
Yeah.
kind of like maybe stand by and wait and see, just
I don't
watch.
think I'd watch. I think I'd just get the hell out of there. Like I don't want to be a part of this, whatever this is.
Yeah. See, one of the things I regret from school, maybe this is proof that I'm not him, but like, so you remember
Yeah,
Thomas,
yeah.
right? He's impossible to forget. I don't remember who he was attacking.
Wasn't it Christian?
No, this was a separate incident, although I wish I could have seen him tackle Christian as well. But fuck, it was Josiah Schmidt, I think. I think it was
Okay,
Josiah.
yeah.
No,
Why'd you
I
drop his
literally
last name?
remember
But
that.
all right.
Yeah.
Oh well, you give a fuck. I can dox him.
Yeah, I remember who he is.
He was my best friend, and then he stopped talking to me. So
Oh,
fuck
same
him.
here. Yeah, I talked to him for a while, and then all of a sudden he just stopped talking.
Interesting. Yeah, he became like a country farmer boy hick, and
He was always a country.
yeah, but like he
boy
really
hick.
embraced it. Like he was already kind of there, and then he like never changed courses, and he just became
Yeah,
sad. But
yeah,
anyway,
Yeah.
I remember he and Thomas got into a fight, and I remember how comical it was how Thomas was fighting. Like, I mean, granted, you're just a high school kid, so I don't expect you to be fucking Manny Pacquiao,
yeah.
but like the stereotypical bad fighter type of punches, where he's just like swinging overhand type shit. But anyway, I mentioned this because like I wish as a kid like I could have been him. Like I just walk up to him and like chokehold and trip him and just end it. But I don't know. That's just like power fantasy shit that
I
I
don't.
think
I mean,
a
I
lot of
had.
young boys have.
I mean, obviously everyone has that like fantasy of like, if there's a school shooter right now, I'd take him down. It'd be over for
Molly
them.
never had that. You never had that, did you?
Uh,
Like if it's all right, school shooter comes in. Here's how I'm gonna save the day.
no.
That's weird.
Did you ever like have any kind of power fantasy, but like even just wishing that like I fucking hate this kid. I'm gonna smack him with a fucking chair or something. Like anything like that?
Well, do you not remember me almost beating someone up with a chair? Do you not remember that story?
Now that you say it, I feel like you've
What?
talked about it.
I don't think I've heard of this.
It was art class in 8th grade.
Oh
I
wait,
literally.
was it the person that like we made fun of that we got into a group chat with?
Yes.
Oh, that's
Wait,
perfect.
wait.
That's perfect.
How do I not remember this? I took all the art classes.
Oh shit, your memory's showing.
No.
Explain it to the old forgetful man.
No, we were in art class. Our teacher was out of the room for a minute. Him and his like little friend group of people were like just like annoying the fuck out of me specifically. It was targeted
Yeah.
towards me.
Mhm.
And I just fucking had it, and I got out of my chair and I picked up an empty chair at them, and I like literally went through the motion of like hitting them. Like started to, and then someone like kind of like grabbed one of the legs of the chair.
I can't believe I never got to witness your
That's
cracked out
insane.
all
How do I
your
not
fault.
remember this? It might have been like I might have been too focused.
And then I like set the chair down and I pushed someone. I'm just gonna say Sophie. Like I completely pushed Sophie into a table.
Jeez.
Like during this too. Like
Damn. My girl, let's go. We got to bring that side of you back somehow.
when I was in elementary school too, this kid like was being rude to my friends and like ever so slightly like grazed me, and I fell to the ground and just started bawling my eyes out and was like, he pushed me, he was being so mean to me. Like I went up to a teacher and did that.
Yeah, so you had a Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna invent a time machine, or like I want to relive that memory through
That's
your
insane.
eyes.
There's no way I was like at school that day.
In that moment, you were hurt. Like you almost beat
Yeah.
a fucking student with a chair. You know how cool that would have been.
Yeah.
I would introduce you to my girlfriend if she beat someone to fucking death with a chair.
Okay, so like we
So that's
both
cool.
I guess like her and I have both have like physical confrontations with people. What's yours?
I've come close, but I've never had one. I mean, there was some student, I think this was back in like fourth grade. I kind of just, we didn't get along. We just kind of like said shit to each other. And I remember we were like near the Foursquare area at school, and I remember he pushed me and like said something to me, and I just kept on walking. I I don't know. As a kid, I'm gonna say I was chicken shit. Okay, so this is gonna be something where I don't know if this is like a real memory. I think this is real. I kind of remember it, but like back in like fourth grade as well, I think there was a kid named Phoenix, and he was just kind of like an asshole, and I was arguing with him, and I swear I remember him like pulling out a fucking knife on the bus, and I kind of just like spread my arms open, as in like a do it, fucking pussy type thing. Obviously, I didn't get stabbed. I think that's a real
Yeah.
memory, but no. The overall point is that I never got into a physical altercation or like even really came close to one. The closest I was ever in one was with someone who was triple my age and living at home with me, and
Okay, yeah.
yeah, I just had to go piss, and he didn't like that I kind of like walked by him, so he kind of like
Stupid.
he pushed me into a fucking tub because I had to pee. But that was like the closest I've ever really had to like
Yeah.
a physical encounter, which I honestly regret. Win or lose, I think if I lost, it would have instilled some humility in me, which is probably a good thing. I think everyone needs to be humble.
Yeah.
Or if I won, then like I can think in my mind, yeah, I beat the shit out of some 14-year-old when I was 14. I'm tough shit. Could have been like an ego boost.
Yeah, like when I destroyed Trickliner Duck, you know.
Yeah. Fuck, actually, I remember I think it was 2021, maybe like the last gang day of the summer. Like we were just pissy at each other, and I don't remember what it was. Like I don't know if you kicked me first or I kicked you first, but like I remember we kind of scuffled a little bit.
I don't remember either of you.
I don't remember
other,
any
but
physical
remember.
confrontations with you.
It didn't like we didn't throw punches or anything, but like I remember there was a slight scuffle. I don't know what the fuck it was about. I think I might have been pissed that like you threw something at me earlier in the day. I think I had a TikTok video of that.
Oh, the bread?
I think
You threw bread at me.
No, it was like fuck, I wish I could remember. I think you threw something at me unintentionally and like you were actually apologetic, but I was still kind of just like, well,
I
fuck you,
remember
dude.
like as a video I threw something at you. And then you're like caught off guard because you're texting on your phone.
Yeah, and I think I hold grudges.
I didn't know that that was gonna piss you off. I think it was literally just a piece of bread that I that I threw at you.
I don't. It might have been bread. See, this is where the fragile ego thing comes in. Like,
that would have been a different day.
See, this is where,
I mean, that was when I was in college.
Yeah.
I don't know what day that was.
If I had more humility, maybe I could have been like, it's no big deal. But like, since I've never really been in a fight, I have that chip on my shoulder. Like, oh yeah, I could take it. I'd fucking demolish.
I guess, yeah.
Maybe I should go to a boxing gym and just like
That
start
could be good.
Send me.
Yeah.
I think it could be.
I remember like when I was really young. It was my first day at the elementary school. The big one in our town that we're in, that you guys are in.
Yeah. What?
The big elementary school in our town. I'd imagine that's the one he's referring to.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
You know which one, and
Yep.
it's been a while since I've been into. No, it was just like right after I came from my Christian fucking school from rural Minnesota, so that was interesting. Going to a real public school this time, and day like I think it was like one of the first days I went on the bus. Some random fuck just like grabbed my hat, and then he was doing that thing where like he was like trying to like dangle it away from me or something.
Interesting.
And like, but he did it the first time, and I was like, okay, so this is what this fuck's doing. And then he did it the second time, and I just grabbed it, and then I just put it back in my head and just looked ahead. I just would like to imagine like how awkward that would be, like especially to his little cunt buddies, like, whoa,
Yeah.
I wanted him to take that. I
Yeah.
was basically giving it back to him.
Yeah. Well, what would you do now? Like, you're let's say you have to go to Maryland again, and then someone in the vehicle with
Oh my
you just
God.
keeps on like taking
Okay,
your
let's
fucking phone. Like,
assume it's a higher ranking dude, right? Who does it to me? I probably
yeah,
just call him a cunt.
yeah.
Just give it back.
Okay, so what if someone like shot an empty gun at you? You know-
That's interesting because that has happened in basic training.
Yeah, yeah, you told me. Yeah.
And I called him a piece of shit for it. Fuck you. Don't fucking talk to me. And he fucking like got confused. Like, why are you so mad, bro? It's like you literally dry fired an M4 in my direction. And bro's
Yeah.
confused why I'm mad. Like it's like it's literally like one of the biggest things in basic training is like, you don't point a weapon in a direction you don't intend to kill or shoot, you know. Nonetheless
One of
pulling
the
a
top
trigger at
three.
it.
That's gotta be like one of the top three
Yeah.
things.
That
Like,
is. Yeah.
that's crazy. I don't know. Again, this is where it comes just like hero complex, but like I wouldn't put up with that. I would fucking hate it.
But it was just a weird. But it's one of those things that's just like a weird thing that you just kind of have to fucking take on the nose because
What do you? Yeah.
I didn't really hate the guy. I thought that guy was like interesting to talk to. So it
Yeah.
was just
And then
weird that it was out
yeah,
of character for him to do that to me. I still like cussed him out. Call him a cunt, you fucking idiot. Why would you do that? But also, I have to live with this guy for a couple more fucking weeks. So like, what am I gonna do? Fucking just like
yeah,
cut shit off and then start like my own little like corner. Like, don't talk to this guy.
yeah.
So I mean, yeah, was he an idiot? Of course. And he was. I don't know. He also had this thing in his head where like I was doing that to other people in the bay.
You were doing the dry fire
He
thing.
said that he claimed that I was, but like I've used weapons before, and even before basic, I was like I wouldn't even fucking dare to do that, even if it was empty. Like even now, like I still don't like treat it like a toy. But I mean,
Yeah.
there were idiots that did that around the bay, and I guess he just like either misconstrued it as me and then did that and like as a revenge, or like he just did it because like, oh well, he did it.
Everyone does it.
Yeah,
It's okay.
I guess yeah, whatever. I mean, I didn't
Um.
like go to like a drill sergeant and say like he dry fired at me. I
Yeah.
like dealt with it in the moment, but like
Yeah. I mean that's good. Yeah, I like conflict resolution. I think it's better to like resolve it between you and the person in most cases than like involve a
yeah,
middleman. I mean, my examples are a bit different, but like if I'm being loud for like 30 minutes in my apartment doing mechanical work and my neighbor has a child and they just got him to bed and I accidentally woke them up, but like, I'd rather you just knock on my door and just like politely ask like, "Hey, I'm sure you're doing things, but if you don't mind just like letting me know when you're going to do mechanical work because I have a kid and etc." Like I'd rather them do that 10 out of 10 times than just be a tattletale and tell the fucking apartment complex manager and
yeah.
I don't know, it's just like little bitch behavior. I just don't like it.
Just deal with it
I
yourself.
mean, to be fair, yeah, I think there were probably plenty of times in school where I may have been a tattletale because I don't know, like I said, I was kind of just like a chicken shit as a kid. I just didn't have. I mean, I think it's a good thing to not be a violent person or to
Yeah,
like want to be violent. I think it's just better. But I think there's also times where you just need to be willing to fucking throw the first punch or throw the second punch. I mean, if you're underage, you can be pretty willing to throw the first punch. After you're 18, just be ready to throw the second punch,
Right.
and don't be afraid of it. Just, stand your ground.
I think it's interesting, just like
I mean,
conversely, like my brother was like legit bullied in that Christian school
yeah,
that we were in when I was younger.
yeah.
And I don't know if it was luck of the draw or like maybe he was easy to pick on. I never really focused on
I
his
can see it.
I never really like paid attention to his social life when he was younger. But
Yeah,
he was yeah, I don't think he like ever really defended himself, or I don't know what he did. But
yeah,
like it was just weird to like I was in the vicinity, you know. There's this fucking cunt, you know, who was being a dick to him for some reason, and but I didn't know what to do. I was younger, you know, and I was what am I gonna follow him around? Also, I think we had different like recess periods, so
yeah,
but I don't know. I think that also like eventually like plays a role in your psyche. Like, you know, he was younger and, you know, he didn't really deal with it in the moment, so now he's like angry all the time or like angry
yeah,
in general at everything or like quicker to get angry. I think I'm quick to get angry,
yeah,
but him I feel like is something else.
yeah.
But
Maybe I gotta work through that. Maybe that's something I don't know that's an issue with me. The fact that I never got violent as a kid. I don't know. Whenever I have
yeah,
kids, I'm gonna try and make sure that like I'm not gonna raise them to be, a puncher or a biter, just like random
a
kids. But
stabber.
yeah, I think it's good to maybe encourage your kid, like, yeah, if an adult's not around or something's happening to your sibling or something's happening to you and there's no adult nearby, yeah, so what you're going to do is close your
Yeah.
fist and aim for the nose. You want to do that, Molly? You
Take out
join
your knife.
combat training?
No,
You don't want to help our kid defend themselves?
I don't want to like teach him how to throw a punch.
We're
Oh
gonna teach
yeah.
our kids how
So
to
like
defense, bare
well, I
minimum.
mean, don't
Just
teach them
like
how to throw a punch. Don't teach them how to defend themselves at all. You know, they'll be fine.
I was never taught that.
Well, yeah, you were never
exactly.
taught that. Look how you turned out, right?
Yeah, I almost beat someone up with a
Yeah.
chair.
Yeah, it's not good.
See, if you were taught that, can you imagine you didn't even grab the chair and you just like kicked their ass and then like
Yeah. Well, I think this kind of ties into like I'm gonna make a massive jump in points, but talking about police, I think police officers should be trained in some form of
no,
martial
I
arts
disagree.
as a way to. It's like they don't immediately have to go for the nuclear option. They don't need to pull their gun. They don't need to grab a chair. Like they just have the confidence of like, I know how to fold you like a pancake. All right, don't fucking step to me. I will swat you. Did you see the video of a guy who got pulled over and he told the officers that he had a gun and they were friendly and they said step out of the vehicle, just for our safety, and then one of my officers is going to remove the gun from you. It's a female cop. um
Oh, and she shot him.
yeah, when she's grabbing the guy's gun, she pulls the trigger and shoots the guy in the fucking thigh as she's removing the gun from him. JJ, I think the CIA got to him finally.
Maybe he died.
Alcohol poisoning.
Yeah.
Well, damn. I'm surprised you saw that video though. That it like got to your For You page, because I'm guessing you saw it through TikTok, right?
Not through your TikTok. We were in bed.
I guess that makes more sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna say I'd be surprised if on your TikTok you start getting like police body cam footage videos.
I mean, I've gotten a few in the past, but like not that one.
You never like interact with it long enough for it to ever be recurring.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, that's fair. I don't know. From your TikTok, all I remember is just like before I had the app, I think before I had the app, or maybe when I just got it, like the berries and cream thing.
Yeah.
That was all the rage, and I thought it's just not funny. And I guess that kind of soured my opinion of what your For You page potential had.
I mean, that's fair. My For You page is not very, like, exciting for your average person.
I like the cat videos you get. Those are good.
I send you a lot of those.
I think cat videos are good.
They're the best videos on the internet.
No, they're not.
Average cat hater right there.
No, like the blog,
No,
blog videos are literally better.
Did you see that video of a female officer pulling a guy's gun out during a traffic stop, and they're doing it very calmly, and she ends up shooting him in the thigh while she's removing his firearm?
Yeah. I
Okay.
don't think I have.
Oh, that's crazy.
Sorry, I was just sending
Jason,
like proof that like dog videos are sometimes like better.
And that's just not true. On a scale of 1 to 10, how drunk are you?
7.
That's interesting. I'm not not
Oh,
really fucked. I think what's slowing me down is the horrible taste in the back of my throat.
Yeah, fair enough.
What the fuck?
Hold on it.
Are they putting glitter on their cat food? What
What
the fuck?
I think it's edible glitter.
That's still.
But, like, I don't know if that's edible for cats.
Don't give your pets edible. Oh my god.
See,
that,
now
like...
I'm. So now you understand when I was like, angry about watching that cat video, the cat taking vape.
Cat blender?
Well, I mean the cat. I mean, I don't think I ever watched that.
I remember you telling me about that, and that
Maybe I did, but like I blocked it out of my mind. But yeah, I remember that was a big thing in the office where like this guy was showing people like this cat in the blender video. Like, how did he find it to begin with?
The same website that I fucking showed you. Fucking.
Art.
I'm kind of.
Well, I remember like this guy. He's his name rhymes with Abe. I was at his house for first time like ever having a sleepover or something.
Yeah.
And he showed me a 4chan, and he showed me a video of a guy getting skinned to death or something.
Yeah.
And
yeah, things we do in high school.
Well, I mean, yeah. This was separate from the time that we had a sleepover.
Oh, okay. It's separate from that experience.
From that one. Yeah, that was yeah, he showed me that. That was interesting. You know, it's this guy like literally like didn't have like you could see him down to his muscle, and then he showed me the 2 girls 1 cup. I mean, that one wasn't that bad compared to what I saw before.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was interesting. But yeah, and then going back to that other time that where like he pulled out the dildo on the light, or no, it was the fleshlight on the lightsaber.
Yeah. I guess this question goes to both of you. I'll have you answer first, Molly. So you never deliberately sought out or happened to stumble across like really fucked up videos on the internet? Like did you make a deliberate effort to avoid it?
Yes.
Okay. So
I guess like at first I wasn't like aware of like the fucked up shit you'd be able to find, but once I was like
I have no interest.
Like, yeah.
So whenever we have kids, how do you think the best way to prevent them from stumbling across that content is, like,
I pushed my grandpa into
I know it's very tricky and there really isn't like a correct answer, but I don't want to like ban the internet for my kid. I mean, maybe up until they're like 12, you don't need the internet, you just don't. But like once they turn 12, like they still don't really need to be watching any of that. Like you just don't ever need to. I feel like talking to them about it
I feel like talking to them would make them curious.
I mean, it would depend on the kid. Like, if they're pretty shy about grotesque things, then yeah. But also, if they're kind of more like me, I mean, maybe just even the average kid. Like, you mentioned, like with Dare, drugs are bad, okay, and then, oh, I want to see what the rage is about. Those people suck. Let me see what it's all about. But also, they were kids. So, like, my approach would be to try and talk to them and offer them my parental perspective, but also I'm their parent, and more often than not, kids want to be their own person and kind of go against what you say because they want to be themselves. And I guess maybe depending on the kid, it really is just unavoidable.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Depends on who they hang around too.
Yeah. We'll make sure our kids have like good friends, right? Try to.
Yeah.
Why'd you comment on my video? How would you handle that, Jason? Like, let's say you in New Zealand have kids.
I'm never gonna have kids.
Sure, buddy. Maybe not on purpose.
No,
are you gonna like
not even
run
on
off
accident? I don't think that's possible.
It's very
How
possible.
so?
Do you want me to walk you through in intimate detail how it's possible? I can do it. I can.
I mean, you can, but
do
like
it.
immediately, I'm gonna like say like no right away.
Well, what if there's a fairly attractive girl at a
No,
bar and
impossible.
you're drunk and she?
If
Maybe
they're
not an attractive
attractive,
girl.
then like they have like other options at their disposal. Why would they choose me? You know what I'm saying?
Because you can make her laugh.
Yeah, you're a funny guy. Comedy's the way to her
Impossible.
pants, Jason. You don't know.
It's weird because like I'm funnier than you, and like
You're funnier. All right, no, let's settle this. This is an unbiased person, Molly. Who's funnier, me or Jason?
Jason or I?
Mother.
See, that automatically eliminates you.
Who's funnier? All right, well that also was just like an immediate disqualification.
Yeah. That's not funny.
Yeah, we're not brain rot friends, all right? We have.
Oh, okay, yeah.
My life be like.
Do you yourself find that funny, Jason?
I do because I'm intoxicated.
I
almost a whole like bottle through an E&J brandy, which is 40% alcohols. I think it is a little funny.
Okay, well I'm taking 100% Coca-Cola. No, this thing is not 100%. I'm sure it's. It wasn't funny the first time, so what makes you think the third time would be funny?
I like the reactions. It's not about like what happens. It's about like, the people get. Yeah. Maybe that's my problem. Is that like, it's funny when I get like people riled up.
It's just sometimes fun to piss people off. See, you're just as evil as me. All right. So clearly Molly thinks I'm funnier, but anyway.
I'm on fun.
I want to experience that. For the sake of argument, you have a kid. How are you approaching their access to the internet and the fucked up things that they can stumble upon? Like, what do you think the best way to go about it would be?
Tell them to not use the internet.
So, like, are they not getting any internet access their entire teen life?
Yeah.
Interesting.
They're gonna grow up in an Amish existence.
You're just gonna throw books at them, make them play chess with you.
I don't know. I mean, all right. I mean, I think the problem is with you guys. You think a lot of short term. You ask like a comedian, like, all right, tell me a joke, instead of letting him cook. You know what I'm talking about? So like, all right, you stay with me now. So like,
I'm with you. Explain.
So like, over time, I feel like I've made more iconic jokes that have stayed with the friend group that have been recited multiple times, whereas other people has been less likely to do things. But like, because I'm more like you know, a wild card, you know.
Name one joke
Basketball.
you've made that's relevant. I made that up.
No, you
that was
didn't.
My thing.
I think there literally is video evidence. It's not a good joke. It's not a good joke at all. Or like Santa Claus, that wasn't a good joke either. Did it stay with a friend group for a while? Yeah, it did. You know?
That was also me, man. That was also me. You're misremembering things. I think you're confusing your life with mine.
So you're willingly admitting that you called me a hoe back in high school?
Well, we weren't dating at the time. Like another good way to get a girl's heart is to like bully her, because like that's how you let her know that like you love her.
It really isn't. I mean, maybe like if you're in middle school.
It worked for me. It worked for me.
It really didn't.
What do you mean by that?
Would you say you bullied me?
I guess not really. No.
See? You just said the same thing I did.
Well, I mean, I T-posed on you, you know.
That wasn't bullying.
Yeah,
that was just like, oh, it's a goofy joke. Ooh. So was that funnier than let's say this?
Well, I had the street rat joke as well. I thought
that's insane. That is insane that you would say that. That was that's my thing. All right, I literally have the song in my playlist called Street Rat because of that.
I remember making the joke at that restaurant.
Yeah, at fucking Main Street Sports Bar, huh?
You were at Squeakies.
I know. I was trying to get him.
You can't get me. My memory is
see, that's the thing. She's like too much on your side. She's too biased.
No, you 100% made all those jokes.
Okay, you're supposed to take my side and help me gaslight him.
I'm not going to help you gaslight him.
I think she's like probably a little like too intelligent to like gaslight too intoxicated people. Like we're both in like different mental states from normal, right? So I feel like she'd be like,
not really.
I'm not gonna fuck with this.
I'm in my normal mental state. I just speak a little faster and I'm a bit more restless, and there's a really horrible taste in the back of my throat that's really pissing me off. But
by that you just contradicted yourself because you're talking faster than normal and you're restless. So that's not your normal mental state, then.
It's a physical state thing.
It's a mental state thing.
No, it's physical.
How is it more physical than mental?
The act of talking faster is physical.
You're actively doing that, but what is your mind doing? It's letting you talk faster. It's having you talk faster, so it's a mental state thing.
No.
Okay.
I think if we ever go to NTA, we should ask Dolgi, because she'll be unbiased. Like, if Jason and I had to debate, he's drunk, I'm on Coca-Cola. Who do you think the better debater would be?
I think the better question would be if I'm on like Zins and you're on Coca-Cola, because like obviously eventually I'm gonna run out of steam if I'm consuming alcohol, because over time I'm gonna slur my words like I am now, and I'm gonna get tired, because eventually I'm gonna be like, all right, this argument is stupid. I'm just gonna go to fucking bed.
Yeah, I mean, I've noticed when I take a line, I get pretty head empty for a little while. Like, it's kind of hard to formulate any sentences, and then give it a couple of minutes, and then I can feel like I can at least run with like a train of thought, or I can I can just formulate words. But it's just like maybe like the first minute or two, I'm kind of like, whoa.
Yeah.
Like Jesse from Breaking Bad when he's floating into the ceiling. That's kind of how it's not to that level, but maybe like a tenth of that.
I think, all right, this is going to be interesting, but like, Molly, you remember meeting me in 4th grade?
Yeah.
Did you ever like imagine, like years from then, from meeting my fat ass, that you'd, be talking at a podcast while I'm intoxicated with, all right, I didn't even click that. I didn't even click that. Who was that?
Your body is trying to piss us off without you.
Oh, I can do that with... I didn't know I could do that.
Oh, Well, like, who the fuck thinks, like, any friendship or any, like, first meeting is gonna turn into
Okay,
a
obviously, yeah. I was just curious for input. Because you've asked the same things before. Like, what would you imagine?
Yeah.
Like, us in high school, like all of a sudden, oh, we have a fucking failed podcast.
Failed? What do you mean failed? This is the most successful podcast
I
of
mean,
all
this is the
time.
most successful podcast I've had.
We're orbital, alright?
We've
We're not
the
global, we're
yeah
orbital.
the name orbited around or went around the moon. So I mean, Opinion Planet Podcast
Yeah.
came from the moon and back.
We are the furthest a podcast has ever gone into the galaxy.
You're right.
That is kind of it's cool to say. It's like when you say that you're an underwater ceramic technician. It's one of my favorite things to say. Do you know what that means, Jason?
That sounds stupid. Underwater.
It's really impressive.
What?
Ceramic technician.
Oh, it's washing dishes, huh? Yeah.
Yeah. I like saying it.
So, like, I thought it was the reason why it took so long is because I was trying to think of like jobs that like actually like you're washing dishes with ceramic, which isn't a lot.
Yeah.
Maybe if you're at a Mexican restaurant.
I think that's what Black Lung is doing, probably. It's underwater. It's like half of what he wants to do.
He's doing welding, all right. I want to assume that he's doing like stuff that he wants to do with his life. So that's good.
Underwater ceramic welding.
And when we need to get back together for one more project, but that's after we finish our first project.
Yeah. I think the taste in my throat has died down a little bit. I can take a little bit more.
I think you should maybe.
It's on my plate. I'm gonna finish the food on my plate. I'm not like dying. It's just an annoyance in the back of my throat. I'll be fine. I'm enjoying how I'm feeling for the most part. For the most part. I'm already not gonna be able to sleep for a while, so like, might as well go big or go home. Am I right, Jason?
I don't know. I don't know what it does to you
No.
physically, so I can't really say anything.
Not know. How do you not know?
Because I've never done anything like that, all right? So.
You know what? I should have said something to you when you were in Florida. I mean, again, you haven't seen the movie, so it wouldn't like have as much impact for you. But also, I don't think you would have been close to it. But I should have had you visit the hotel from Scarface. Just like a movie set location. Fuck it. This is something I can talk about. I don't think you've ever seen this movie, Jason. You've probably never heard of it. A movie called Jennifer's Body. Watched it as a kid. It takes place in Devil's Kettle, Minnesota. As a young kid, I thought that town was real, and then I found out it's not a real town. But one of the locations in the movie was actually for a long time like a scientific phenomenon. It was like a whirlpool, but scientists didn't know where the water led to. Like it would just get sucked down into a cavern, and then they just lost track of where the water went. Like they tried sending GPS floats down it, whatever, but no. So like myself, my mom, and my sister, we all really enjoyed that movie, and it's not a kids movie. It's really not. Which I'm kind of glad my parents let me watch movies that weren't for kids. But I got to visit a scene from a movie as a kid, or a sight from a movie as a kid that I really enjoyed.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what? As a kid, I think I didn't have the brain capacity to like enjoy the filmmaking or the comedy aspect of it. It's kind of at that early age where you start becoming interested in the opposite sex. I think that's where a lot of the enjoyment of that movie came as a young child.
What age do you become interested in the same sex?
I think that happens once you're like 27, from what I've heard.
What? That's interesting.
Did it happen earlier for you, or?
No, I was just curious. Like, what is 27?
What do you mean it didn't happen?
Why is that?
We're We're boyfriends, right? So you're interested in me.
No, but it did freak me out when we were in the car one time and you're like, why couldn't you have been a woman?
This never happened. This never happened. I never said these things.
All right. I mean, yeah, didn't we've talked about it before, but
Yeah.
What?
Haven't you guys had conversations where like one of you was a woman? You guys probably would have.
I mean, he's had that
Other
conversation
before,
before. We definitely had that conversation before with each other, but like that was like we
before
were
seems
we were
like
driving. I specifically remember we're driving on the road of Main Street and
in the Crown Vic.
yeah, in the Crown Vic. I was the driver and you were like, why couldn't you have been a woman? Because you were in between like relationships. You weren't really with anyone yet, and I just remember that.
That's an interesting way to phrase that. In between relationships.
In between the same relationship. What is that better?
Yeah, we were on a break. Yeah, we were on a break.
We were on a break. You don't even get that reference. You don't even get to say that.
I don't give a shit. I will culturally appropriate. I mean, it's not a funny reference. I just don't think Friends is that funny, really. But like, I know it exists. I'm referencing pop culture. All right, I'm in the cultural zeitgeist. I'm in the know. Whatever. Friends is funny if it's the only sitcom you've ever seen, I guess. I mean, sure.
I mean, I think Seinfeld was kind of funny, but like...
Yeah, I do too.
The few episodes I've seen of it, I have not enjoyed.
You just haven't seen good episodes.
So, like...
Yeah.
I feel like Friends is like the Parks and Rec of modern sitcoms. Or like modern... Yeah. Because you have The Office, which is a little more mature than Parks and Rec. It's still cringe, right? Or like Seinfeld, which is a little more mature than Friends. It's still cringe. But
yeah. I mean, I see some similarities. Like, I think Friends is the 90s equivalent to being an Office fan.
Friends is the equivalent to being a Parks and Rec fan, is my analogy.
I mean, I've never seen Parks and Rec. I've seen clips of it, but
being an Office fan would be like modern day would be like equivalent to being a Seinfeld fan.
It'd be like being an Elon Musk hater. People who like The Office just despise Elon Musk.
Actually, the people who I would assume, if they love The Office, then they would love Elon Musk. That's my guess.
What's that?
What?
I couldn't figure out what Parks and Rec was, so I was like, I know I've heard of it, so I looked at the cast and
it's got
just any clip I've seen of this, I have absolutely hated.
It's got Chris Pratt, Audrey Plaza, and then that like old guy who's like the definition of a man, Ron Swanson. Yeah. Wasn't he your Facebook profile?
Yeah, he
picture
was.
For a long time?
I even made
Rob Lowe.
I was just gaslighting. I didn't think that was actually true.
It literally, I think it was at some point. I have I even made like a bust of him in art school art school when I was in art class.
I mean, a bust of him. What was that? Like, did you draw his tits like exaggerated? Like, what do you mean?
You have an interesting mind. No, I did a paper mache of his head.
What year was this?
That was when I was in high school. Probably 10th grade? No, it was definitely 9th grade. But it was when we got to when we were at that new building.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't take any art classes that year, so.
You're an interesting kid, Jason. You know that?
Just because I liked Ron Swanson at one point, because I watched the show with my brother. And it's like, near and dear to my heart because that's like the last thing that like we really did together before like he like fully withdrew from me. Yeah.
I mean, not to make fun of like your family connection, but you're an interesting kid, yeah. I'm not saying you're a bad kid or weird. I'm just saying you're interesting. For
How so?
I can't
How
give
is
you
that
shit.
interesting?
I'm fucking. I can't give you shit. There was.
Like, you
I
give me
mean, I don't
shit all you
remember.
want for, like, okay, like, I like this one character from this show that I
I mean,
watched.
I had an anime
Or, like,
phase. I had an
Undertale
anime.
or whatever the fuck. But, like, yeah, you had an anime phase. So,
Yeah, I mean, it's fun to just make fun of Undertale kids because it's easy. But like, I had an anime phase. I had a visual novel phase where I was kind of like obnoxious and obsessive about it, and presented a 135 slide copy and paste presentation on my favorite game of all time.
yeah.
And I look back on that fondly because I think, yeah, if I can do that, then like nothing else should be challenging to do. Like social interactions, at least. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I kind of enjoy. I mean, sometimes random social interactions with strangers. Like, I mean, I don't love it, but I mean, just today I bought a bigger mocha pot from a store, and the employee said to me that like she's been thinking about getting one or wants to get one. And I was just chatting with her, like, yeah, I mean, it's kind of a pain in the ass. It's a bit more of an involved process, but like,
The end result is better.
yeah, comparing a mocha pot to a Keurig kind of just tastes like really watered down coffee. And I mean, it's not a groundbreaking conversation or anything, but like getting to the point where you can just have like a small bullshit conversation with a random stranger,
It's interesting that you would say that Keurig tastes like watered down coffee.
in comparison to a mocha pot, I think it kind of does. I mean, it's still like drinkable, obviously, but it's almost night and day.
I don't
At
know.
least to
Maybe,
me.
I mean, I don't think it's night and day. I think Keurig is, like, at least the one I have is, like, pretty good at, like, kind of balancing the flavor.
I mean, it's fine, but
It depends on how
I'm
you make the mocha pot or the fucking pot itself. But
yeah. Well, I'm a fine dining kind of guy. I really enjoy the exquisite things in life. I'm a high roller. I'm bourgeoisie.
I really want coffee now.
I do want to make
I not
myself
offer
a cup of coffee right now.
some of my coffee, but you're gonna get cocaine lips a little bit. So
Yeah, I don't want that.
what do you mean you don't want that? Yeah. But no, back to the point. I remember a time in my life where I just sucked at social interaction, and I could tell, and it just felt really awkward talking to people, and I never like I always dreaded it in my mind,
What
and now
part
I
of your
just don't
life
let
was
it.
that?
Before working at McDonald's, like I was just like an easy example is whenever I was at a fast food restaurant, like going up to the counter to order, like I just remember it being like rehearsing in my head over and over what I'm gonna say, and it feeling like awkward and stilted, and like, all right,
I
please,
mean,
let's
I
just get
remember
this
that
over
when I was
with.
younger. Especially before I
Yeah,
joined the organization I'm in. Where I'm.
yeah. I mean, maybe it's just an age thing.
I don't think.
I still have
Maybe
that.
it's an age thing, but maybe it's also like a social conditioning where, like, maybe it's
Yeah,
not like, oh, it's fun to have social anxiety. I mean, you have also those people as well, but it's also like,
yeah,
you're it's easier to be disconnected to the public, obviously. Back then it used to be like, oh, I'm gonna go do a newspaper job. When I'm fucking like 4 years old, I'm gonna go on a bike and fucking do newspaper. Or like,
okay, Joe Rogan.
yeah,
Yeah,
but like, there's a lot less you do in person that you used to do back then. So like, I mean,
yeah. I mean,
it's obvious that it's like, okay, these people are different. They're behind a counter, so once I eventually like
at least,
realized that, like, oh, we're pretty much all the same, idiots just
yeah,
trying to figure out life. Even like, just random fuck walking down the street with like a briefcase and a suit. I mean, he knows
yeah.
much as about life as you do, you know?
No, I've got it all figured out.
Yeah.
But I think it's just like a muscle you flex. I mean, I really think it is. Like after working McDonald's, like after like the second or third month, especially because I was new and I kind of was shit at most positions. They just had me on front counter where you're talking to customers all day and you just get comfortable just chatting with people, and then eventually you can kind of start having fun with it. Like, I have fun with some small conversations, like when I'm buying something from a store. I can just like chat with someone or just make some stupid fucking joke that I find funny. Like, any chance I can get that employee discount? Or
Stupid.
I've never said that. I've never said that. I can't think of anything off the top of my head, but I don't know. I'm a lot happier with my social skills just because I feel less awkward and I can walk away feeling better, and I think that's good. So how do you think, Molly, how do you think we can get you more to just be loose in social situations with like random strangers? Because
I don't think you can.
I think everyone can improve.
I mean, I definitely think there's a way I would be able to.
I think all it is just like an ego boost, you know?
Because, like, there's certain times where, like, customers are, like, trying to have a conversation with me. And I
Yeah.
just, like,
It
it's like anytime I try to be more, like, talkative with them, it just, it's not,
doesn't flow.
See, I remember
not
there's this
fun.
one interaction I had. Like, normally I wasn't like, I really didn't give a fuck what the customer said. I was like, okay. It's like, oh yeah, this, it's not scanning, so it's free.
Yeah, it's a knee slapper. I do that one a lot.
Yeah. But like, there's this one that I remember that was, just out of nowhere, he was buying like a fruit or like a vegetable or something. And then he threw it in my direction, and I caught it. And it's like,
Well,
and he was like, it's interesting, what people do, when, they need to catch something or something's like hurled at them. Like, yeah, you're
yeah.
right. Yeah, I was just like, to me, that still like sticks with me. It's like some random guy just like hurling like a fucking vegetable in my direction. What am I gonna do besides catch it?
He's power playing you. He's showing you who's boss.
But he didn't because I caught it. So like it was interesting.
No, but you were on his time. You were responding to his
Yeah.
tempo. He made
I
you
still
his
I still
bitch.
think it's interesting because it was like,
Yeah.
humans just being
The
humans,
fact
just
that
talking, or just like, this is, it's interesting what
they
the
have the confidence.
human psyche is capable of, even if it's caught off guard.
Or like, a customer just like setting their gun on a counter when they're grabbing
I
a
mean, that's
refill. Just
different.
like
I mean, at that point, I just felt like, all right, yeah, I definitely have like a higher mental fucking state than I do, or I have a higher mental state than they do. Fuck, this alcohol's getting to.
just balance it out with some nicotine. Don't do that. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how to like improve it. It's like I didn't follow any technique or anything. It was just like a over time I just got more comfortable. Like I think what really got me more comfortable with just like regular conversation was dealing with angry customers and people who are really pissed. Like the first couple of times are, you feel like I did because I was young and dumb and cared about my job, but like, I'm panicking like, oh, this person's really mad. I need to fix this situation. I need to calm them down, make it right, do all the good things, be a good employee. And then I don't know, you just get to like a certain level of confidence in your own self and like you just realize, oh, I'm a person. This is a person too, and they're bitching about some bullshit. Okay, let me tell them no. I don't know, maybe it's I don't want to say it's just like self-confidence. I also don't know how to like train it because in your case, Molly, going by my example, I mean you've had more customer service interaction than I've had. I'm 100% positive that you've talked to more strangers than I have because your job requires that. I don't really know. Like, the only thing I could think of is like trying to force yourself to like comment on something. or just like make up, or just like ask them something or remark on something. It's a hot one today when it's like -30. Just dumb shit like that. Just being dumb for the sake of conversation to like open a dialogue. But
yeah,
it also feels. It depends on the person as well.
It's also just like half the time, it's a customer is coming up like at the register ready to check out, and it's like I'm trying to do other things too. I'm not just like standing at the register all day. Like that's like I have other things I'm trying to do.
Yeah.
And it's like I don't want to sit and have a conversation with someone.
Yeah. You don't need to go that far because I've been. It's like they're old friends catching up, and it's just shut the fuck up, just move on. You just deal with it. Let me do my thing first. Those people piss me off.
Yeah.
yeah.
I had someone like try to have a conversation with me about a kitchen knife.
Male or
and,
female?
Like, male.
Fuck them.
And it's
Stupid.
the same person that told Mara that she whistles in the wind because of all the piercings she has. And the one that said, "Don't you know you're supposed to run and say yes, master?"
Okay, so that's
that one time.
That's social confidence taken to the extreme, and where it gets creepy, and you just need to like.
That I don't even think that's like social confidence. I think she's just horny as fuck. How old is he? All right, then obviously, yeah, they're just an fucking horny old man.
Yeah. Maybe it's not confidence. Maybe it's just lack of awareness of tact, and don't say sexual. Well, I mean, she wasn't a minor, but like 30 years age difference, and just don't be creepy.
I mean, she's. Yeah. I mean, yeah, she's dating a pedophile anyway. But I mean,
he said the "Don't you know you're supposed to run and say yes, master" to me.
He said that to you?
Yeah. That was to me, not Mara. He just told Mara. Oh, he told Mara that she can whistle in the wind and that he can receive lap dances from girls that look like her.
Okay, so this is where like social confidence comes into play to just confront someone and say, "What the fuck did you just say to me?" It's really fucking weird, you know that?
I would have loved to hear him like stutter, like, well, I just would have loved to hear what like his response would have been.
After that, one of the older ladies that works there, because like Mara and I were both just like, we don't want to go up there and ring up this man. He makes weird comments. So one of the older ladies that was working one day, the next time he showed up, like came up to the register.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember if it was with Mara or if it was with me, but and then like the comments stopped after one of the older ladies that worked there was up.
Interesting.
At the register.
Yeah.
Like he kind of stopped commenting about it and then just kind of went into like the
normal customer,
like talking about knives and just like.
Okay, so
that type of stuff.
I'm just gonna say this. I know advice is easier to hear than follow, but like if someone ever says anything like that to you, I need you to remember when you grabbed a chair and almost beat the fuck out of someone. I need you to bring back that mindset for that particular person and maybe do something similar, or maybe just like, the fuck did you just say?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, life is short, and it can be even shorter if you're not assertive. Because people take advantage of people who aren't fucking. Because they're like, oh, this person's not going to respond to what I said. Interesting. I'm going to use that for the future.
Yeah, they'll just start fucking thinking, oh, I can tell they like me. Oh, they like when I talk like, yeah. See, that's where I think, I mean, whenever I'm like, I just had this yesterday, like, when I was at a job site picking up some equipment, some guy came up to me and my coworker and we were chatting, and he just asked us like a cunt, like, "Are you guys done? Can you move up? I have to."
I love that.
I was kind of waiting to see like how my coworker wanted to respond before I was just like a cunt to him right away. I wasn't in company clothing. I should have been a cunt, but I guess the point I'm just making is you don't take shit from people like that. That's not good. When someone swears at you, or is just a cunt, or says some creepy shit, or it's just like, who the fuck do you think you are? I think that's when it's good to just like stare them down, pull out a knife, and or threaten to ban them from the store.
Just do some social engineering. Just like, hey, I pressed the help button. The police are on the way. You sexually harassed me.
What's your full name? I need it to file a
No, just say
police
you.
report for her.
I already know your full name. I know your address, and I know where you live. So even if you try leaving, the police are gonna show up regardless. So you might as well just sit
Yeah.
here and wait it out. And then like your whole shift, you just see him sitting in the corner, like, when the fuck are the police gonna show up?
When I say
Yeah.
they would. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I guess this is going back to an ego thing, but like, I think one of the highlights for my McDonald's career was threatening to call the cops on a customer because he was pissed that we stopped serving breakfast, and he said he was gonna sit in the drive-through until we caved to his demands. And my immediate response was, "You can sit there, but I'm gonna call the cops and have them move you out. Your fucking choice." Well, I didn't say your fucking choice, but I said, paraphrasing, but something along the lines of, "I'm gonna call the
Dude,
cops,
I forget.
or you can move along. It's up to you."
Dude, if that was me, I would
And
have
then he
said
was like,
like,
"Yeah."
unless you're bringing in a fucking bag with a firearm in it, like and falling down, we're not gonna do anything. Come back with a gun and maybe we'll talk. You know what?
You've seen that movie? Falling Down? Have you seen that movie?
Are you asking me? Of
Yeah.
course. Yeah. My
Never.
grandmother told me about it first, and then I watched it.
I've been meaning to watch it in its entirety. I've seen a lot of clips. I
It's
pretty much know
good.
the
I like
plot, but
my favorite part is when the kid like starts teaching him how to use an RPG.
yeah. Fuck, you're more culturally educated than me in that regard. It's not good. I can't have that.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was interesting because yeah, it was my grandmother who told me about it, but not the one that
Yeah.
yelled at you, the other one. But
Oh, not the snapping
yeah,
bitch?
no, the one that was cool until didn't listen to anyone about getting scammed. I mean, I guess that was also a topic I was trying to bring up before, is how like my other grandmother was scammed by like a very obvious social engineering trick of, you know,
Yeah.
it's some guy who got her on a dating app, said, "Oh, you know, I used to work for NASA. My parents, or I inherited my father's like jewelry business, and I'm in tech. I live in a big house in Texas, you know." And then eventually,
Yeah.
over time, when he gained her trust, he was like, "Okay, well, I'm stuck in Canada right now, and to get back to my house, I need some money." And obviously she gave him all her money, and I don't know, it sucks because like she's in a location relative to me that's pretty close. So like
Yeah.
if I really wanted to, I could go visit her and it would, it wouldn't be too bad, but like the fact, I don't know. I haven't talked to her in like forever just because I feel like she's changed too much.
Yeah.
And it's better to have a mind, like just an idea of someone more positive.
Than what it actually is.
Yeah, because like if I know her how she was before, it's better than
Yeah.
accepting who she is now. But maybe that's like a therapist
Yeah.
conversation, but if I ever like trust talk therapy ever again, I think that would be a good thing to bring up, but
Therapy's bullshit. Alcohol's cheaper.
you're right. Yeah, thank you. You're already sounding like you should join my organization.
Yeah. I don't know. Fucking hell. It's like constant burping after taking a bump.
Nice. So you get what I feel,
Yeah.
felt for like
Yeah.
that period of time.
I don't like it. It kind of sucks.
Can you imagine that like fucking 3 or 4 months straight? That's how I was. And then like getting like made fun of every time I did it, and even though it wasn't even my fault.
Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna say in my particular case, just in this current moment, it's worse because there's also a taste associated and it's not leaving. But
There
anyways,
was taste associated. It's called fucking acidic, you know, acid in your
ooh,
stomach.
ooh, oh
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. Never mind. Okay, never mind. I kind of feel the same way about my grandpa. Like, as a kid, he's just the sweet old grandpa. He's kind of cool and he's just fun to be around. And then was living with him when I was 13 and 14. It was my dad, and my grandpa all living in an apartment, and I don't know, maybe my family's just fucked, but like toward the end of his years, he kind of started to go a bit crazy, a bit schizo. Like, I remember one night just waking up and he was just standing in my room watching me. Uh, just some weird shit like that.
Well, I mean, it sounds like it's a
Um,
sign of dementia, maybe.
it could have been honest. I don't know. My dad, as the adult in the situation, clearly knew more about it, and I think did the right thing, not like telling your 13 or 14-year-old son all the weird, fucked up things that your grandpa's going through and how he's kind of losing his mind, even though he's acting a bit
Yeah.
weird. Like you don't want to burden your kid with the bullshit of like adult life and some of the fucked up things. Like you want to keep your kid, which I think is admirable because I mean there's other times where your parent trauma dumps on you as a kid and you're just like, what the fuck am I supposed to do with this? Like,
Yeah, I mean,
I know
I've
I've had
had that
plenty of
like
times.
a billion times from both my parents, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean there's levels to everything. I think it's bad to kind of like freak out in front of your kid, and it might be bad to like bawl your eyes out, but it's also not bad to show emotion in front of your kid. You just,
Right.
I don't
I
know.
mean, that's why I think
Maybe this is the man of me, but like you project strength even when I don't know.
it's why I think
I'm
my
trying to avoid crying.
my sister's more badass at her age than I was because
I'm sorry, what was that?
that's why I think my sister is more badass at the age that I was, at the age right now
Yeah,
than I was. Because
yeah,
when I was at her age, my dad would, trauma dump and shit, and do all that. And
yeah,
then I'd be like, okay. And I'd sit there and take it, like, even though I have like my own shit that I'm dealing with that like nobody else really gives a fuck about hearing.
yeah. I mean, yeah,
Yeah, it's like a one-way street. But like
yeah,
my sister, she was at school, and my dad just started like texting her like complaining about like all the shit, you know. In her case, her stepmother or like uh his girlfriend that he lives with, just complaining to her, like just like over text. Like, this is all the shit that's going on. My sister was
oh,
like, shut the fuck up. I'm at school right now. Leave me alone.
that's awesome. That's yeah, that is kind of cool. I sincerely apologize about the chicken nugget comment I made about your sister all those years ago. She's completely redeemed herself with that. That's
Yeah.
good. I have respect for her.
No, it's good because I wish I had like, the balls to do that when I was
Yeah,
younger. And like, because I
yeah,
don't know. I always just like took it as like, okay, well, they're the adult. I can't really say anything.
yeah. They're your parent. They're your
Maybe is this normal? I guess this is normal for like your parent to like break down and cry in front of you about like their horrible fucking. I mean, maybe they had a horrible childhood. Yeah, but like,
Oh, I've had that. I've had that where it's just yeah. I don't know. I think if you're a parent, you can't be lonely because then you're gonna like treat your kid like an adult, and that's just not good.
well, yeah. I mean,
You
I
had
don't
that
think
moment,
it's like
right?
treating your kid as an adult. It's just using your kid as an emotional drain.
Did your parents do that where like they kind of talk to you about like their emotional dumping, trauma dumping, or just like kind of going overboard with like sharing all the annoying bullshit in their life or
Not
fucked up
really,
shit?
no.
That's good.
That is good,
I mean, I'd
actually.
say that's
That means
better
that it's healthy.
at least in that aspect. Yeah.
Because I remember, my first, like my parents first separated. Yeah, it was just a fucking emotional punching bag for my mother.
Yeah, you're the
Because
leverage
she was
tool.
asking me
Yeah.
about like help with like her homework or something, and I was like, okay. And I was in her room, you know, and it's my mother. What am I gonna do? Just like take off? Then she started like crying about like
Yeah.
You know, how come nobody likes me anymore? You know, nobody loves me. What's going on? You know, how can I find someone to love anymore? You know, like
I think you were very close. I mean, you might already have mommy issues. I mean, to be fair, I do too, but like, I think you were pretty close to having like severe mommy issues, like trying to like constantly satisfy her. If you didn't distance yourself or like realize kind of like the flaws in her and realize how much of a human she is, like, I feel like I've heard this trope before of like, your parent relying, your mother in particular, relying on you as a kid to like be the man, step up, and kind of fucks with you long term.
Putting you in a role that a husband's supposed to be in.
Yeah, it's just like an unhealthy relationship with your mom, and then very possibly subservient or yeah.
yeah, I mean, I think my brother fulfilled that role. I didn't really like I don't think I played along too much. Like I kind of like understood like okay, these people are kind of like fucked. And then as soon as I started hearing from my aunt, you know, how much, you know, kind of fucked she was, then I was like, okay, you know, I'm not like I'm normal. You know, this is like it's not because like I just like hate my parents. It's like actually like something that's not like usual.
Yeah. I think I realized when I was 14 or 13, this can't be normal. Like, I don't know, maybe just the realization that my father is yeah, he's kind of quirky. He's got some issues, and I don't know.
I mean, I feel like we're kind of similar, except my mother didn't move to fucking a different state.
Yeah, she didn't go to small town trash North Dakota because she just stopped wanting to be a mom.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess she
Maybe
did
I'm
stop
lucky.
wanting to be a mom, but like in the worst way ever, which is like
Where
whilst
she's
trying
still
to
kind of
still be
there.
one.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess maybe I am lucky, at least when it comes to like mothers. I mean, comparing you and I, we're like, I don't know, mine just left, and I really think I don't give a fuck about her anymore. I think it's good. This is a very
Maybe.
like personal episode.
Yeah,
And
the end. It's very personal.
we had a whole list of political
Yeah.
topics, but I mean, who gives a fuck? We've talked about this.
We don't want to be another. We don't want to just talk about politics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At least I'm fucking sick of it.
I mean, that's fair. I mean, most of the topics I'd lined up, I already talked with Jason about last night, so it'd just be kind of like regurgitation and echo chamber shit. But anyway, I don't know.
I think at least for me, it kind of like I don't know. At risk of sounding too emotional, you know, it kind of like it kind of hurt a lot. You know, someone like that I seemed like at least seemed to have like a strong character. You know, she would drive like you know like her job was like 30 minutes away. You know, she would do that to
Yeah.
like you know pay for the home that we live in. Um. Uh. Yeah, and then you know I would watch. You know, in return, I would kind of take or kind of whatever. I just want to do after school activities. You know, so I could like make
Yeah.
sure my sister made it home safely and shit. You know, so it was kind of
Yeah.
like, you know, she does this and I do this. You know, I scratch your back, you scratch mine kind of thing. Until like eventually we moved to a different city, but eventually over time I feel like it was a band-aid ripped off slowly, but not in a good way.
Yeah.
Just like in the way of I mean, I guess yeah. It was a band-aid ripped off slowly, you know, because that's never like a way of describing something that's good. But it was just
Yeah.
something that was just like, okay, you know, this. I guess the relationship between her and I were non-existent. You know, every time that I would come home from work and talk to her, you know, because I remember I at least thought it was something, even though she was scrolling on her phone and like smoking. But like after work, I would just talk to her, and
Yeah.
um, I felt like it was something between us, but like I guess it
Yeah.
really wasn't. So
pretty one-sided, yeah.
Yeah.
I guess I had the opposite with my dad. Like he would ask a lot of questions and ask about my day, how's my job, and what happened at school. Did you make any new friends? I mean, he would be the prying one or the talkative, sharing one, etc. And I was just sick of it. Just like, fuck off, dude. Let me doom scroll to
Yeah.
YouTube. Let me zone out. Let me just be alone. I don't know. Yeah, this is good. We should really go to group therapy and discuss our parental problems and all the issues we had and like how we think
I
it's
think that would be
affecting.
good, especially from that one therapist that I had with the office. I don't. I think
Yeah,
at
yeah,
that point, I think I was still like also too like non-social or maybe like too submissive to say like, hey, what the fuck is your problem? Why can't you be like a real therapist? Like what's going on here?
yeah.
Like what like you bring up the office for what? Like what does that have to do with anything? I don't want to hear about your fucking emails that you're like
Yeah.
all the way up here and you're talking to these guys. I don't give a fuck.
I'm not your friend. I'm not your
Right.
colleague. I'm
I'm here as a
talking about you
client,
fucking
you
up.
know, maybe I'm not paying for this, but I'm paying for the college that's providing this,
Yeah.
you know.
See, this is why it'd be fun to just like be an asshole sometimes, just to like I don't know. I I don't know. I think I mean I guess just kind of like tying back to being a good parent, like you want to instill responsibility like as your kid can take it. Like I think chores are a pretty good thing to do for a kid. Like makes your life easier if you set up a reward system, especially like I'll give you 10 or 15 bucks if you do the chores. You're kind of training them for like mentally what a job is going to be like.
Yeah.
I have no issue with that. Or even just like out of respect for the family or do your part to help out. These are the people that care about you and you care about us. So do the fucking dishes, please. I think that's good. Um, I think it's in my case in particular, like pretty much as soon as I got a job, my dad didn't really ask, but I was like, yeah, I'm gonna need you to start helping out with like rent and shit because you're bringing in more money, so I can, I'll have more money for groceries for us, and I'll have more spending money. Um, I mean, I guess the only reason why I have an issue with it is just because my relationship with him is kind of shit, so I just didn't like him at the time. But I don't know. I also just don't like the idea of you as a parent forcing your underage kid to help pay for rent, but it's also only an issue just because I had issues with him.
Okay.
I think the worst kind of parents are like the kind is as soon as you turn 18, you're
Yeah.
out. Figure it out. It's the fuck is the point of having a kid if like you're just gonna be oh I get it, it's tough love, but
They're expired. Throw them
right.
away.
Used goods.
So that's interesting.
I
So
don't know.
like, okay, so at
Maybe talking about parenting is how I get more empathetic and I start returning the wallet with money.
maybe
That's
because like
probably
I
why.
like to I mean I don't use your name specifically, but I use your situation as an example. I see like coworkers where they're like um at a certain age because like I have a coworker that like at a certain age or like even right now they're like helping their parents pay for shit. Like their mom would ask for
Yeah,
money like after his paycheck. Like for me, I wouldn't stand for that. You've been an adult longer than me. How did you fuck up? That's your problem now. Fuck you. But like,
yeah,
I guess that's good that he's making sure his parents are good and
yeah,
financially safe, but um they were also like, as soon as they're 18, they're out of the house. But like I personally didn't agree with him because yeah, I mean if they're doing the right thing my elder coworker is has a different mindset. You know, um, as long as they're doing the right thing, they're not like um fucking up in life, even if they are doing like drugs or whatever the fuck. As long as they're they're successful and and they're in college and they're good at what they do, then why kick them out? But like,
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I think that's a good parental thing to do, but it can also go too far, like with Abe. I think
yeah,
living like 5 or 6 years with your
yeah.
parents, kind of just like
Okay,
twiddling
well,
your
like,
thumbs.
was
It's
he in
not like,
college, or like what was he doing something that would actively make him succeed, like in due time?
from my knowledge, no college, and just kind of working like at Walmart and that customer phone call job,
Right. I
and
mean, that's sad. I mean, that's also different, but like, um,
I still think it's good. I mean, that's good parent role, empathetic
I mean, that's
parents.
empathetic, but like, I think like there has to be like a limit to it. Like, if you're like,
Yeah,
if they're not doing anything, or like, I guess it would help them get
yeah,
off. But like at the same time, at the other end of the spectrum, you're their parent. You've been paying for them for like how many years, and it's time for them to fulfill their role as an adult. They're not doing anything like active or like
yeah,
within due time they're
yeah,
gonna do anything with their life. Then I feel like it's like, all right, well, like if all you have is a Walmart job, you're not planning on going to college. Use that job to fucking save up your apartment, and then you're out of here.
yeah, yeah. You don't want Jimmy DeSanta as a kid. That's
Yeah.
not good. I don't know.
I mean, it doesn't have to be college. It could be a trade school, or like or if they're like a journeyman, like at like an electrician job or something, or like
Some
plumbing.
kind of drive. Some kind of drive. I mean,
At least something that like can guarantee that like eventually they're planning on having their own stable life.
they're trying to succeed. Yeah,
But at that
they
point,
don't want to.
if they're not trying to succeed and they have no ambition, then I guess you got to start asking yourself, like, is this me? Then I
Yeah,
like I was also kind of like like probably the biggest influence in their life. This could also be me that like caused this to happen. So
yeah. So, what season of The Sopranos are you on?
I think it's still like the third. I haven't got very far, but
Okay, AJ is a good example of this, of what we're talking
okay.
about. He's just, yeah.
I mean, I saw
I don't
some
know.
spoilers for like him getting fired from Blockbuster or whatever the fuck. But
Yeah. I guess I got two questions for you, Molly. Are you starting to get like EP?
Yes.
Okay, so if you want to head out after this last question, that's fine. But like, I was gonna ask you for your thoughts on parenting. Like, once your kid turns 18, and assuming you have a semi decent relationship with them, like, what's your thoughts on like kicking them out, expecting them to help out? How much are you gonna help them get on their feet? What if they're just like a lazy bum? What would you? What do you think the right thing to do in that situation is?
Um, I don't know. I guess the way like my mom handled it, like, because I was able to live with her still.
Yeah.
Like, didn't kick me out. Like, she didn't. At this point in time, I didn't have to help out with any bills or anything.
Hmm.
Um, I just I had to start paying for my own phone. Like, that was pretty much the only thing.
Yeah.
Like,
I'll have you pay for something out of your own pocket because you are working. Yeah.
yeah, I'm working a full-time job. It's not like
Yeah.
doing nothing.
She never really talked to you about like, okay, by this year you're gonna be out of here. Or okay. I mean,
Because I mean, even my sister, she had moved out with her boyfriend at one point.
yeah.
The two of them got engaged. Then a lot of shit happened in their relationship. They ended up like breaking up and
Hmm.
stuff. And she ended up
living in the basement of where we lived at that point in time with us, just because
it's
yeah,
it's a place to go. You can kind of
your family, like
safety net, build yourself back up.
yeah. So like, if something like that happened to me, she would be fine with letting me live with her again. Like, it's not gonna happen.
But like if I died,
Yeah, like say you died.
yeah,
Like, yeah, I'd be able to move back in with her or something. Like,
yeah.
the door's open if needed. But like,
I think that
I wouldn't push for them to like, yeah, you can like live here forever, stay here forever. Like,
I mean, yeah, like eventually on your own because
yeah,
your parents are just separate people and they kind of piss you off sometimes. You just want to like be on your own.
yeah.
I don't know. I think that's probably the best way to do that. Like you're empathetic to your kid. I mean, maybe you have them pay for some things, like maybe their own groceries, or if they're eating the groceries you pay for, like chip in a little bit. Just like reasonable things. But like if you're working a job and you do plan on moving out, I think if you're a cool parent, you don't charge your kid rent so they can like save up a lot of money. Like when you were at the Ultimate Fighting Champion, Jason, were you paying rent while you were living at Otter Park? Or were you? Hello.
What?
I'm
When
so-
you were
when you were
an
living,
adult working a job over the summer, did your mother make
Oh,
you pay
yeah.
rent?
That one,
I'm sorry, I'm speaking in code. I'm just trying to not dox.
yeah, no, that was pretty good. No, I luckily didn't have to. I mean, I've already started paying for my own clothes and
Yeah,
most of
I hope
my
so.
food since I was in high school. You know,
Yeah.
since I had my own job.
Yeah,
I was lucky, because I had a spot in her house and I was about to go to high school and or about to go to college, goddamn. But yeah, I mean there would be times like here and there like I'd buy food and I would just make dinner or like make food for like throughout the day. So I feel like just by out of my own volition I did stuff. So like she didn't really have to ask me to pay for anything or do anything, but ultimately it was just saving up so I could pay for anything extra during this semester since most of it was already kind of paid for. But
yeah. I mean, I feel like that's the best way to do it. I mean, I'm envious of the people I know that. I mean, envious, but also like glad that I'm not them. Like people living with their parents and pretty much not paying rent, so they can save up a fuck ton more money with their jobs. And
right,
once they're ready to break out on their own, they have a lot of safety nets. They don't have to like. They don't have those times where I have no money.
right.
I'm in a precarious position here. It doesn't happen often. Like I'm getting better with my money, but I mean, there's been times where it's it's kind of danger close, and it's a sucky feeling. It's just
I
not
I mean
nice.
I know what you mean. Even though I don't have to fucking pay rent or something. I haven't been the greatest with my money, so I know what that feels like. But
Yeah, have you been scammed on Telegram too?
no.
Hails merchandise.
But
Yeah,
I feel like also like it kind of like paid for itself that I was with her, that like if there's any technological issues I'd obviously figure it out. Like there's a time where she got so mad she like smacked her laptop, so I ultimately like figured out that it was her hard drive that she hit on her computer. So I replaced the hard drive and then I got a Windows 10 flash drive, you know.
Mhm.
And so she had a new hard drive and a new OS on her computer, and I
Yeah.
fixed her laptop. So, and then yeah, or like printer, or like if there's anything she needed to assemble, I was there, and fix it.
Yeah, you were helping the boomer. Yeah. I mean,
I mean, it was also like shelves and stuff, so it wasn't just like because she was a boomer, but yeah.
Yeah. I mean, as a kid, I had like angry outbursts. Like when I died in Dark Souls, I kind of like had like a little temper tantrum and screamed and punched a wall.
Interesting.
But then I kind of grew out of it because it's just like not that serious, bro. I mean, most of the time. Maybe sometimes in like games, you get a bit heated, but I think I've calmed down from as a young
See,
kid.
that's interesting. I've never had like outbursts like during games. Like that was interesting because like when my brother would lose in a game, I remember distinctively we had this. We didn't have a lot of money growing up, so like there's this light up controller that we had, and he threw it against the wall. So like forever, ever since we used that controller, it just didn't have like the right grip. So like we still used it, but it just didn't have like the right grip on it.
It's got scars. See, this is my asshole coming out, but like whenever I was playing games with friends, particularly Jaden, if you guys remember him, um, he's pretty competitive. Like he gets into games, and there were some games where I just was better than him, and like playing a game with a friend when they're kind of like crashing out and freaking out. I'm trying not to laugh because I don't want to seem like an asshole.
All right.
I think it's pretty obvious. Like I'm trying hard not to laugh, and it's
So like that's
just like one
all
of
right.
those
So
feelings.
I'm not evil then because I'll do the same thing when my brother gets mad. Like especially if it's a game that
It's
like
so
I'm beating
yeah.
him in because it's so rare. But
Yeah, it's so hard to just not like laugh your fucking ass off, and it's
I don't understand how people can be so passionate, like to where they genuinely like break something or throwing a literal fucking temper tantrum.
I think as an adult,
Like
you have no excuse. You're just emotionally short.
yeah.
As a kid, I'm more lenient because like you're a kid, your brain is underdeveloped, it's soft, whatever. I'm more excusable on that a little bit within
Well, like
reason.
when I was
But
younger, I had I think altogether I have anger issues. But when I was younger, I had there's a couple different instances where I punched things because that's what my dad did. I remember him punching a wall and fucking like completely decimating that wall. And I'm like, okay, so that's how you deal with your anger issues then.
yeah, man. See, my dad, he yelled some words that I'm not going to repeat on the podcast, and I'm glad I didn't pick that up really.
Yeah.
But there was also like the punching and shit, and like one thing that I used to do is like screaming into a pillow. Granted, that might have also been from It's Always Sunny, just like the screaming into a
Yeah.
pillow thing, but like it kind of felt nice, it's
I mean, I did it once. It doesn't feel as good as like because like one time, obviously when I was younger, I punched the wall because I was angry. I was following in his footsteps. This is how I deal with my anger. It was over because my mother wanted to go um to this town to see their friend. It was a town that I eventually moved to. It was 2 hours away, and I was just like remembering that like this is gonna this is awesome. Just maybe I have planned for this weekend, but it's also like I don't get to actually enjoy my weekend. It's just like I get to wait 2 hours to actually do anything. Or even like, once I'm at that town, it's just like you're traveling. You don't actually get to do anything. So it's just I felt trapped. And what do you do when you're trapped, You can't really like
you will. Despite all my
yeah.
rage,
Maybe that's why I liked Smashing Pumpkins so much, just because, maybe that actually I felt that. But
you're more prone to crying.
yeah.
I mean, I've cried before when I'm emotional.
I've never cried.
I mean, it It's like an angry cry sometimes, like you're crying, but you're also like frothing at the mouth. I know that happened with me a couple of times where it's just like I'm sure as a kid, like if someone saw me, they'd just be like, "Oh, that's so adorable. That's so funny. He's like losing his fucking kid mind." But
I remember when I was really young. I think this was actually like something that jaded me forever, kinda. Like unironically was I was on a bus, right? Now I was like in first, maybe kindergarten or first grade or something. And there's just like, these older girls, like maybe teenage girls or something, they're
yeah,
just like pulling on my cheeks or whatever, on my face, okay? Fucking,
interesting.
they just kept pinching my cheek and whatever the fuck, and I didn't feel comfortable. I didn't like when people like touch me, you know, especially like, I just didn't like people. Is that too much to
Yeah,
ask? They're invading my personal space, and I really didn't like it.
right.
And I told the bus driver about
Yeah,
it because I did the best thing I could was talk to a trusted adult. These people are in physical contact with me, and I don't like it. They're older,
yeah,
and I feel like I'm being cornered. And
yeah.
guess what he did?
What?
You know,
Just like, oh, they're giving you attention.
yeah.
Enjoy it.
No, he just laughed. So like the one time where like I thought I could trust someone, or like I felt like uncomfortable with you know especially with
Yeah,
what
you
was
were just like,
going on.
it's
And
like,
yeah, the only person who had authority just laughed in my face. Like,
yeah, yeah, it's
I don't
funny.
know. So I feel like that carried with me for a while. But
Yeah. Well, let me awaken my inner therapist. How do you think it's do you think that's influenced your relationships, your friendships with women? Do you think like you're worried that they're gonna power play you or they're just gonna like treat you
Do
like a
you worry they're
doll?
gonna pinch your cheeks?
Like if your girlfriend did that to you, would that kind of like kill any happiness or like ruin the mood?
I don't think it would ruin the mood. I think it would just be like, okay, this is interesting.
This is surreal, deja vu. Yeah.
I
Well,
think
I think that's good.
if
I mean, that
anything, it's
shows
just
like
like I felt like, okay, so like because I am, in a certain the circumstance, I'm not in control. Whereas, it were to happen, the opposite way. Can you imagine like two older guys doing that to a younger girl? That would have been, you know, end all be all. Like, what the fuck is up with you guys?
yeah,
Stop the fucking
bus
bus right
driver would
now.
have
What the
fucking
fuck? The fuck? What are you guys doing?
bus driver. Yeah, bus driver would have fucking choke
Yeah.
slammed them. Yeah.
I think that's, if anything, it's just like kind of like brings that down. But like, I don't think I'm like overtly sexist either. Or like, oh, well, what
No,
happened? Like, or like a
definitely.
Redditor, like, oh, this happens to like women, but like guys, they're like ignored all the time. But like,
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, it's still just a shitty experience. Yeah, it doesn't.
I think if anything, it's just like distrust for like authority, or like,
Yeah.
maybe just like an overall like less trust for people who are older than me, and maybe that's why I'm more angry in general. I don't know. You know what? I've never talked to a therapist about that because the only time I had like a real therapist, they just wanted to get the chess, or like they wanted to like either get the session over with, or they just say like, I think you're really intelligent for your age.
Are they fucking grooming you
Yeah,
or
just fucking
something?
glazing me the whole time, and then we just play chess.
That's such a. I should take notes from him when I
The-
become a therapist because that's like such a good way to like not do your job but still get
yeah, I
paid.
know. I mean, he said I had like,
Try
a
and
couple different things wrong with me, but like, and then like, well, I think like
didn't
you're really intelligent.
chess will calm you down.
Yeah, and then eventually, yeah, it was just Well, I mean, we have 30 minutes. Like, I wasn't even done talking yet, and it's like, well, we have 30 minutes left of our session. You gonna play chess? Or like pulls out the chess set.
Report him to the therapist inspectors.
It's sad because I actually kind of liked him, and you know, my brother was a cunt to me at the time, and I mean, I guess when isn't he? But um, at the time, you know, I remember. I guess there is a lot of times, you know, I used to never. Maybe I just blocked him out. There's a lot of times where like, you know, nobody's ever like taken advantage of me. No one's ever bullied me.
Yeah.
Like I remember there was like someone.
Sorry to cut you short right here, but I really have
Yeah.
Yes, I'll be back in like 30 seconds or so. I'm sorry.
No, that's good. I don't know. This is interesting. It's a sobering episode in a different way. Because I haven't. A lot of deep things I didn't think about that I'm saying in public that nobody's listening to.
My life be like.
No. Shit. Some Coca-Cola spilled in places that it shouldn't have.
Yeah.
That's why I don't like powdered sugar. It kind of is a bit messy.
Yeah, for sure. I know what that's like, at least in the baking sense.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's the same thing. I've been baking a cake this entire episode, and I think I'm gonna eat another slice real quick.
But like the one I was just about to talk about was someone that I knew. I forgot their name right now, but they said that they're gonna be in the military, and no, I remember. You remember Matthew? I'm not gonna say his last name.
Yep. Yeah, I remember.
I forgot what he said. I don't know. He said something to me like, that didn't strike the right chord with me. Like he said like something like an asshole sense, and then my brother just like kind of just like, yeah, well that's like who he is, just like kind of like concurred with him. For the life of me, I don't remember, but
it was something. Yeah,
it was something that like he said it, and it's like, oh well, that's just how he is, you know. It's just like a reminder, like, oh, I guess, he isn't really here for, like, he's my older brother, but he really isn't here for me.
Yeah, he's yeah. I mean,
Like, I've watched him like
obviously
break up a fight in NCA before, like it was between two of these like idiots, and I was right next to them, and I just watched because I just wanted to fucking like see, like, okay, where is this gonna go?
Was it Christian and
No, it was
Thomas,
way
or
before
different?
that. It was when NCA was still in the original building.
Interesting.
It was
Oh, Chase. I
Oh,
remember seeing
yeah.
one fight. It was Chase and some other guy. Like, I think we might be talking about this. Like, we sat at the same table for lunch at that time, and I remember a fight breaking out and just.
So it might have been that one. I remember that was around the time where like uh I was in middle school and I was playing Happy Wheels on somebody's iPhone 4 that
Yeah.
dare I say their name. I'm not going to for confidentiality reasons, but
Christian?
no, an interest that I had at the time. Also, hunters.
Oh, you're Undertale party.
Yeah. I remember that I was like at that table and that was going on, or maybe I was at yours. Regardless, yeah, I think it was the person you're talking about. And I remember like he literally like almost tackled someone, but so I was like, okay, so like he's going out of his way to like break up this fight, but like the second somebody like gives me shit or something, it's just it's nothing to you.
Yeah, just be a man. Deal with it yourself.
Well,
Yeah,
not even that. It's just like he was just agreeing with the perpetrator, just like yeah. I mean, yeah, you're right. Yeah, he's like that, or something like that. And then he put in his headphones and then just started like staring off. So
Jesus, I mean, I can't relate to that level because I mean, I have an older sister.
yeah,
Um, kind of got out of my life pretty early. I mean, the same time as my mom. Um, I mean, I do like kind of remember there was like good sibling bonding moments and just having fun, and then there's times where we were at each other's throats. And I mean, I think like the worst it ever got is like she was just saying shit to piss me off, and I stabbed her in the leg with a pen. Like 8-year-old me
wow,
mustering
yeah,
all my strength to fucking stab her, and then she said that like I'm gonna tell mom when she gets back, and then I just like pretended to be asleep. It was fucking stupid
yeah,
shit, but like I don't know. I can't relate too much because aside from like I hesitate to say normal, but like sibling violence, you're just at each other's throats for whatever fucking dumbass reason. Um, I guess once I got to like my early teenage years, obviously we just kind of stopped talking less and
right,
you know not being around each other ever, just living with our respective dads at the time. Um, yeah, it just kind of faded away. It's always just weird to me that I had an older sibling, but like I don't remember the older sibling experience, and it also ended a lot sooner.
yeah,
I mean, I also kind of ended it because I've kind of blocked every family member because I don't give a fuck. But from like everyone I've heard, aside from maybe Molly, um, yeah, the older sibling experience, there's very few examples where it's like pretty good. It's not like
yeah,
it's not rocky. Like I had to hear and see on my dad's side, him and his brother just so much shit, arguing and like childhood interactions, just the resentment that builds up from like when you're kids with your parents and you fucking hate each
right.
other and
I mean, it's
trying to make. Yeah, I'm just gonna be a negative Nancy with this. I only have cautionary tales because I saw my dad and my uncle. Like my dad, all right, don't take this the wrong way, but like he was trying to reach out a lot, kind of how I think you kind of are. He was trying to like, you're my brother, I'm gonna have a relationship with you. I know we've argued and we've yelled at each other and we've had our spats and shit, but like, family's family and blood. Family's family.
yeah,
Exactly what I fucking said. Um, in their particular case, it it was kind of like just a constant cycle. I mean, how you and I had our
yeah,
falling out. Imagine if we just kept on doing that cycle over
yeah.
and
Because
over
like
and
we,
over.
we had the same blood, so
Yeah, because you're family, so you got to try and make it work, but neither of you change or one of you doesn't change, and it's just the same
right.
fucking
Because
cycle
you don't
over
have
and
to because you're
over.
family. So like, I'm not gonna change.
Yeah,
The other guy
exactly.
has to. You know.
Yeah, I've seen that with so much of my family, where I mean, it's just exactly what you said. You're family, so you still like try and make an attempt, but you're just doing the same shit. Nothing's
Right.
changed. At least one person hasn't changed, and it seemed fucking
I
horrible.
mean, that's
Like it
why like
seemed
I wasn't.
it just seemed miserable, and I wanted no part of it. Like my dad's relationship with his dad, it was very rocky and tumultuous for I'd say worse reasons than my own. I mean, I had some physical altercations, but not as much as my dad had with his. But like, I when I cut off contact, I was thinking like, is this going to be the same cycle where it's just resentment and hatred and past grudges and shit I have issues with? So I just said, fuck it. I'm done with it. I don't want to deal with it. It's too tainted. There's no salvaging this, which maybe that's the wrong call. Maybe it could have been salvaged and maybe I could have had a better relationship, but like, I don't know. I feel like too much time has passed. I've just stopped caring. So now I'm dug in. You know, I really feel like there's no going back, which I'm fine with. I don't know, I've made my peace with it. So you could end up like me and all the people I know, or you could be the one of the few success stories I know. But like, even if you do everything right, it's only 50%. You just don't know. That's the bullshit part. That's the human part. That's what makes life so exciting.
So like that's why like I sympathize with you a lot because I feel like yours is a lot more unfortunate, at least in the immediate family sense. You know, it's fucking horrible. I couldn't imagine. You know, besides my mother, I've had physical confrontations with her, at least not like receiving, not like doing anything to her, but like just like receiving like physical confrontation. But
Yeah.
with my father, for me, it's hard because I don't want to completely blow off my brother because I feel like, you know, we've had a lot of good moments in our childhood, especially like you know, the classic, you know, trauma
Yeah.
bonding where like, you know, you have like
Yeah.
two like psychotic fucking parents. I remember being in my bed watching him um I don't remember what my dad was doing, but you know, he was beating the fuck out of my brother. And I remember my mom screaming, "Yeah, you're gonna kill him, stop," or some shit like that. And I was just like sitting in my bed, just like, what the fuck? Like, what am I watching right
Yeah.
now? And
Yeah.
you know, especially, you know, he didn't have like a great, you know, time in school and shit. You know, and I wanted to, you know, obviously, you know, stick it through with him and shit. And but eventually, you know, he starts you know, it's not a bad thing, right? You know, siding with your mother, you know. Uh like I remember there's a particular point in time where like I didn't even say anything and my brother started blaming me for something and then my mom believed him and then I was just like my mother was like, "Okay, well if you're going to be a piece of shit and like sit in that corner for like, you know, until I tell you to like leave." And then like I was just sitting there for like hours even though it was just like an
Yeah.
empty accusation that was like kind of caused by my brother and then I was just like doing that. But you know, ultimately I forgave him, you know. I was like, you know, he was just in a bad mood, you know. And you know that happened as a result of everyone just being angry.
Yeah.
And I don't know. There's been times before that's happened before as well where like you know, I feel like I've said this story like multiple like many times before like my brother made the rice to dinner wrong once and you know I was beat and then I was like ridiculed and then you know told to sit in the corner after that because you know the rice wasn't done right, you know. And eventually I mustered up the courage to like walk up to my parents like, you know, why did you do that to me, like what happened? And I was like, well, because you know the rice wasn't made